This meeting is being recorded.
The time being 5 p.m. on Wednesday, September the 2nd, I'd like to bring to order the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. During COVID-19 and the declared local public health emergency, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board has transitioned to an electronic format for its public meetings and hearings, which is authorized under Minnesota statute section 13D.021 to minimize risk of exposure or potential spread of COVID-19. Most commissioners will be calling into the meeting. I am joined by Commissioner Forney and Commissioner Bourne this evening. And I'll note that the meeting is viewable via webcast and TV. The video will also be posted on the website after. With that, I'll ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Hassan.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Sorry, 1 second. Commissioner Severson.
Present. Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
President Cogill.
I'm here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Secretary. Our next item of business is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion on the agenda? Do I have any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on approving the agenda.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The agenda is approved. I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, August the 19th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
The minutes have been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the minutes from Wednesday, August the 19th? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll on the approval of the minutes.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. We'll move forward here into reports of officers. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Bangora and his team to provide the report. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Cogill and Commissioners. I first gave an update on refuge space and people currently experiencing homelessness, and then with time permitting, depending on what time we get to, then I will then give also a very brief update on all the activities and wonderful programs and things that we're doing within our park system. So with that, I'm just going to begin with an encampment update. So again, thank you, President Kogan and Commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity to provide an update on park refuge space and temporary encampments for people currently experiencing homelessness. As we have done since mid-June, I and other staff will provide information on a variety of topics with updates tonight on crime and safety, brief updates on crime and safety, public comments, the permit process, and also current encampments and the encampment management plan. Slide 2, please. So since mid-June, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board has committed really significant resources to respond to temporary encampments in a humane and dignified manner. We have provided maintenance and hygiene station support, outreach and engagement, and assistance with the encampment permit process. Since mid-July, staff have been working diligently to implement Resolution 2020-267, which was unanimously approved by Park Board Commissioners. We have been focused on reducing the number of parks with temporary encampments to no more than 20, limiting the number of tents per encampment to no more than 25, getting encampments permitted, and addressing encampments with serious crime and safety incidences and those located within a safe school zone. In the past several weeks, we have effectively reduced the number of temporary encampments down to 21 park sites from 44 in early August. We have done this by disbanding almost 24 encampments, having anywhere from 1 to 30 tents, with almost all of these done in a peaceful, uneventful manner. This includes successfully clearing encampments at the following parks with documented threats to health and safety or within a safe school zones. Those parks were Powderhorn, Elliott, Kenwood, Loring, and Matthews. Today is the first day of school at Hope Academy, located on the same block as PB Park. On August 10th, the MPRB issued notices to vacate those living in approximately 12 tents in the park. Hennepin County and the park outreach staff were on site for several days offering assistance and providing transportation to other locations. On August 12th, an estimated 100 protesters amassed on site to defend the encampment. When a park staff member arrived at PB Park that morning, they were attacked by protesters who climbed onto the vehicles and equipment. We have de-escalated and backed away from conflict during a time in the city of ongoing civil unrest. The camp has since grown to 30 tents, with the understanding that some of the tents are for advocates and protesters staying on site. We continue to seek a peaceful disbandment of the camp, with law enforcement used as the last resort. However, the Minneapolis Sanctuary Movement and other advocates have created a challenging situation for the school and families who attend the school. This issue has been compounded by some park commissioners who have not supported the use of law enforcement to remove encampments and arrest of protesters who have disregarded multiple warnings and have attacked staff and officers at Powderhorn Park during demobilization of encampments, which will be discussed later on tonight's agenda. For now, we continue to focus on reducing the number of parks with encampments and issuing permits. Of the 21 park sites with encampments, 5 have only 1 or 2 tents, and we have issued permits to 15 temporary encampments. As permitted temporary encampments and park sites have become full, our park outreach staff have joined Minneapolis and Hennepin County outreach staff in spreading the word about availability of shelter spaces. There is no limit to family shelter capacity, and Hennepin County continues to report available openings in single adult shelter spaces. The need to transition people into shelter spaces is becoming critical, not only because park sites are at capacity, but because temperatures will soon start to drop and health and safety concerns will rise. The current conditions in park is not sustainable. For many months, we have openly stated that the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board is not the agency to serve unsheltered people, and that living in parks is not a dignified form of shelter. I have been expressing MPRB needs during conversations and meetings with our city, county, and state partners that have clear and defined responsibility for addressing homelessness. Recently, we have also made formal requests. On August 19th, I sent a letter to city and county officials requesting assistance and requesting they provide housing on more permanent shelter by November 1st, those living in approximately 400 tents in our park system. Last Friday, President Cogill and I sent a letter to Governor Walz requesting a virtual meeting to discuss the situation and requesting the state provide additional funding to Hennepin County and the city of Minneapolis so they can expand available shelter and housing options and health and human services to those living in the park system before the weather turns cold. We made it clear that winter encampments will not be permitted within Minneapolis parklands, and that we need detailed plans from state and county social services for sheltering those living in the parks before the time comes to disband the encampments. Resolution 2020-267 states, sheltering homeless people in Minneapolis parks is not a safe, proper, or dignified form of housing and is, at best, a temporary solution for encampment individuals before cold weather sets in or arrives. While predictions of cold weather are a guess at best, recent weather records from weather.com suggest that the average low temperature in October reaches 40 degrees, 12 degrees colder than September average low temperatures. These temperatures will soon pose a health and safety risk for encampment occupants. According to the Minnesota Department of Health, hypothermia most likely occurs at very cold temperatures, but it also can occur at cool temperatures above 40 degrees Fahrenheit if a person becomes chilled from rain or sweat. Because of anticipated cold overnight October temperatures, and because fires in parks are restricted for Ordinance PB 2-20, outreach efforts for those living in temporary park encampments will soon include messages urging people to seek shelter before encampments are disbanded, likely sometime in October. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Ojado for a brief crime and safety update.
Good evening, President Cogill and Commissioners. If we could advance the slide, please. So my presentation tonight is very brief, and you should take that as a sign of improved conditions within our park system. Last week, we were able to disband 2 encampments, one at Matthews Park and one at Loring Park. That was accomplished with minimal police intervention and no arrests. A lot of credit goes out to our community outreach team and, of course, our maintenance staff that cleaned up the aftermath. But we had successful demobilizations at both of those parks. Simultaneously, we continue to work on all of the small unauthorized encampments across the park system. The superintendent was just able to describe to you the reduction in encampments system-wide, and we continue to work on that. And I think most importantly, the disbandment of encampments, especially the encampment at Powderhorn Park and at Loring Park, have reduced calls for service and overall crime reports. We are now starting to see more typical crime patterns return to the park system. Next slide, please. So, Commissioners, what I've included here are the crime reports just from the last 2 weeks since the last board meeting that are connected with encampments in the park system. You can see the greatest number of calls were at Boom Island. There were 3 incidents there, and then just 1 or 2 incidents at a few of the other encampments. That concludes my portion of the report. I'd be happy to answer any questions at the conclusion, and I will turn it over to the next staff member. Thank you.
Commissioners, this is Jennifer Ringgold, Deputy Superintendent. As we have for the last several meetings, we give an update on the types of calls that we are receiving. So on the left-hand side, you see what we had reported by August 19th. And now since August 19th, we've received 143 comments about the homeless encampments. 51 comments were received by customer service. Those focused on Minnehaha, Loring, Nokomis, Matthews were the areas that had the highest number. I shouldn't say they're the only ones we received, but they had the highest number of complaints. Complaints we're receiving are mostly around safety, trash, drug use, and needles being found. We also received 92 comments through our open time submissions. 22 of those were in support of encampments. 15 of them were a specific 5-point form supporting, and that might be part of what gets read at open time here tonight, depending on available time. And then one was a petition with 35 families in support, and that one was specific for Brackett Park. We had in total, 117 of the comments received were opposed to encampments. 45 of those were in a form letter regarding the impacts at PV Park encampment on Hope Academy. And then there was also a form letter, again, about PV Park violating safety standards, and we received 6 of those. 2 comments were neutral or were observations. We now have 15 active permits: Beltrami, BF Nelson, Boom Island, Franklin Steele, Lake Harriet, Lake Nokomis, a north and a west, Logan, Lindale Farmstead, Marshall Terrace, Minnehaha, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Riverside, the Annie Young Meadow area, and the mall. This actually concludes the permitting for all of the parks that had been designated as capable of accommodating an encampment previously. And this work was in part able to be accomplished because we had established some deadlines for permits to be submitted. Here is a map that shows those 15 locations. At this point, we're reporting that all of the locations that we have permitted are full. In some cases, that's up to 25 tents that were allowed in the resolution, and in a few cases, due to the geography or the other aspects of the park, it might be limited to a smaller number. I think the smallest number we have at this point is 15. That's limited by geography, but we do have one encampment that I believe sits at 10 tents based on the permit holder's capacity. And I will hand it over to Assistant Superintendent Jeremy Barrick.
Good evening, President Coco and Commissioners. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Ringgold. My report is also brief. If we can just go to the next slide. It's a graphic representation of the permitted encampments in the blue squares with the current known encampments with no status. And so you can see there's a handful of those remaining and their locations, and then the dot is representative of the number of tents. So we continue to support the encampments with BIF services, trash services, if they requested fencing or if fencing is necessary to protect other park users, or allow other use activity along with the encampment. The maintenance staff continues to install and maintain those. As Chief said, we too are hearing fewer reports of activity. We did have a verbal assault last week late in the morning in which a seasonal was trying to mow. And so we do still have some concerns out there, but things have seemed to have quieted down a bit. So if you go to the next slide, I think that is just a repeat of the listed permits. And so I will turn it over to Michael Schroeder for the encampment management plan.
Thank you. If we go to the next slide, please. Several meetings ago, we shared the basis of an encampment management plan that we've been working on and adding to ever since. And I'll just highlight some of the key points to that and then repeat a goal. And I will note that the encampment management plan, while it's intended as an internal working document, will be posted to the encampment website by tomorrow morning, or maybe even by the time the meeting is over. If you recall, we had an overall goal and a series of 8 strategies, each one supported by objectives and a series of related tactics. The idea was that each of the tactics would be addressed to a responsible party. Because we're still working through this and because we haven't had commitments from all those parties, not all the tactics have responsible parties filled in. But in broad terms, it attempts to address to the best that we can do this, the situations that might be encountered. And I qualify it because we're not professionals that deal with most of the issues that have come up and during the encampment, during the term of these encampments. I noted that this is our guide to how we're dealing with encampments, and it's really important that this is not a solution for everybody. It's how the park board, an agency that's not used to dealing with encampments, is responding. It was intended to set both high-level goals, and I'll repeat the goal in just a minute, and to the extent practical, focus on specifications, and this is where we get into things around the buffers, the permit processes, and even the processes related to removal of an encampment. And I'll finally note that this should be considered a work in process. It was originally drafted following Resolution 2020-253, not 267, but 253, the first time commissioners acted on this. We've been updating it, both based on direction from commissioners and as we've more fully understood what it takes to deal with an encampment, and we will continue to update it through the course of the encampment period. On the next slide, I just repeated the overall goal because this was important and this has not changed since the time that the encampment management plan was drafted. This gave us our overall working position and how we're going to be moving through this. And with that, I'll turn it back to Superintendent Bangora.
Thank you, Superintendent. Do you have any other items, or is it time for questions?
We can, President Cogill, it can be time for questions, or
Okay.
I can, I know we have 7 minutes left. We still have the updates to the board around youth sports and operations and recreation, but if we'd like to ask your questions at this point,
It does seem
it'd
like,
be more appropriate for that.
thank you. It does seem as though there are a few questions from commissioners. Commissioner French, if you'd like to go ahead, please do.
I have a question for Chief Ohado. When there's an incident at an encampment and the permit holder asks for somebody who's causing a threat or being dangerous in the encampment, what's the protocol? Are they if the permit holder says, I want to trespass this person because they're dangerous or they don't need to be here, what's the protocol?
So that's an interesting question, Commissioner French. We are still dealing with public land, and although the permit holder does have some authority to manage the encampment, that doesn't mean that person necessarily has authority to automatically eject someone from parkland. And so we deal with these situations on a case-by-case analysis. When it becomes most clear for the park police is when a crime has been committed. When a crime has been committed, a prudent approach to removing someone is arrest.
Chief Ohado, is there a list being kept of activists who are working around the sanctuary movement? Are you guys keeping a detailed list on certain folks?
Commissioner French, no, there is no list of activists who are operating within the park system.
No, I said, are the police, are park police keeping a list of folks who are activists around the sanctuary movement?
Commissioner French, no, we're not keeping a list. When we have contact with someone because of a police reason to have contact with someone, that contact is likely recorded. But there is no list of sanctuary activists.
Okay, I was given a recording the other day. I was listening to a recording the other day of a park police after an incident, after an encounter with some activists, and on the scanner it was heard saying, "Hey, we'll add that to the list." I was trying to figure out what list was being referred to at the time. So if there's some type of list that tells us that we have anything like that exists of people working in the sanctuary, I would like to know about it.
Commissioner French, I'm familiar with the situation that you're referencing, and the words that were used was not adding anything to a list. It was adding information to the call. That officer was on a call for service, and as is typical, we add information to the computer-aided dispatch, so we have a record of the contact within the call.
Okay, so there's no intelligence being done on activists right now.
Commissioner French, when we encounter people who are actively preventing officers from doing their job, as was the case at Powderhorn, to the extent that we can, we do identify those people for potential criminal investigation.
What type of so we use that information to do a criminal investigation on folks who we deemed as activists or somebody who's supporting the sanctuary movement. We are targeting these folks, who you're saying.
No, Commissioner French, that's not accurate. We're targeting people who have committed the crime of potentially riot or disorderly conduct. Those are the people we're trying to identify.
And how many people how many people are on this list?
Commissioner French, as I've noted, there is no list.
Well, how many people have you guys figured out or singled out for possible prosecution or other crimes that have been committed inside our parks?
Commissioner French, we've identified one person who we've recommended charges to with the city attorney at this point.
Okay, what charges were those?
What charges have we recommended? Riot in the third degree, obstructing legal process, and disorderly conduct.
And what park was that at?
Powderhorn.
West or east?
It was the disbandment of the West encampment.
So I guess I've gotten several correspondence from permit holders about having problem folks at certain encampments and the police being called, which was to me, I thought was the major reason for enacting this permitting system is for the ability for permit holders and folks who are living in encampments to be able to discharge folks who are there for nefarious reasons. Now, if that is the case and permit holders are not allowed to just ask folks who shouldn't be there because they're either causing a safety issue or causing an issue with some other encampment, what's the use of the permit system? If the permit holder doesn't have the ability to ask folks to leave from the area, what rights does a permit holder have?
Commissioner French, I think I would ask Council Rice perhaps to intervene here because there is a question of due process. I mean, you're asking the police to determine who should stay and who should be removed from encampments. And frankly, we should not be the arbitrators of who gets to stay and who gets to go based on perhaps a personality conflict, a dispute over, whose tent is where. I don't think that that's an appropriate use of police, but I would welcome Council Rice to weigh in on that.
Council, if you could briefly, and then we'll have to take a break from this portion of the work.
Mr. President.
Thanks.
Commissioner French, as to your question, what I would say is that park police are there to enforce the...
Can someone turn on the mic for Council Rice? We can't hear him.
Could you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner French, what I would say is that the park police are there to enforce the laws of the state of Minnesota, city and park board ordinances. as they apply to any other person who's in the park system. So if somebody is violating one of those ordinances, the park police would, and they're notified of it, they could take action. The purpose of the permit was a way for the board, through its resolution, to work around the current ordinances which prohibit people from camping in the park, and the park board, by its resolutions, the most recent one, 267, is allowing these individuals to camp in the park, which means they can stay there on a 24-hour basis. And the permit holder is a means by which the park board can exercise some type of supervision and control on site, some responsible person that you and the system, not just the park police, but the operations people, Mr. Barrick, the planning department, anyone in the system, can at least have some means of contacting to bring some shape or order to these systems. And so I think that the answer, what I would say, is that the park police jurisdiction should not be special as to these encampments, but they should be available there to enforce the general ordinances and laws of the state, to deal with people, and they do have the power to, we use the word trespass. If somebody's in the park system violating one of our ordinances or rules or state law, the park police can remove them. The permit holders are there so there's some measure of understanding and control and a contact, so that as these camps are there and needs arise on health, sanitation, medical needs, other concerns, there is a way that the park board in essence has some knowledge about who's in our park system. I think Mr. Schroeder could add to the other items that were put in the permit about that they're otherwise expected to follow the rules of the park, follow the rules of the encampment, and otherwise obey your rules and ordinances.
Okay, and so I guess.
Commissioner French, we'll come back to the call. We are at time certain open time here. I can come back to your questions. It is now 5:30. This is our time for open time, where we are here as a board to hear from the public. Traditionally, open time is allotted to 15 minutes. I will allot half an hour for speakers in total. That means, given what the list is, that I'm going to allocate 30 seconds per speaker. We have multiple options due to COVID-19 that allows folks to write in or call in or come forward to the board. I'm going to start with one of the call-in speakers, and then I will get around to the sign-in list. Just a couple of notes before we begin open time. This is the opportunity for the board to hear from the public. You can speak on any issue. We do not debate. We're here to listen. We just do not tolerate any harassing or discriminatory language, and ask that you refrain from comments around pending personnel issues. So with that said, I will start with the first individual on the online call list. That is Alexander Stein. Is Mr. Stein on the phone?
They're on the phone now.
Mr. Stein, if you'd state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds to address the board, and at which time we'll end the call.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
My name is Alex Stein. I live in the Beltrami neighborhood. I'm going to try to make this fast. So first I want to thank some of the administrative staff and elected officials that I've spoken to. They've been very helpful through the past couple weeks. Also want to express empathy for the homeless and what they're going through, but I also want to call in and make comments about the resolution that was passed. I know the resolution states that there should not be any encampments next to playgrounds or schools, so I'm curious why Logan Park and Beltrami are being chosen. If we're following the resolution, then those places would not be safe, seeing that they're playgrounds and a school next door. Meanwhile,
Alex, please wrap up your sentence.
20 miles of riverfront are not being used. A lot of parkway not being used. There's only about 3 camps along miles of parkways that are not close to any people within the neighborhood. And I really think that the park board should look at what they're doing, what precedents they're setting, and look how many wide open green spaces there are that are not next to schools or playgrounds. Because the people being really affected are the minority children who depend upon those spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Now we'll go to the first open time speaker in person. I'll ask that you stand about 2 feet away from the mic so that the commissioners that are online can hear you. Please leave your mask on. Good measurement strategy there. And Tony Kelly is our first speaker. Tony, you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Thank you, President Kogel and members of the board and people online. I stand here today because we have a problem. Labor relations is not in a good state at a time when we need to be coming together to work as a team to solve the problems and crises that we all face. This morning, Park Board management made a unilateral power grab over the objections of the union and the objections of its employees. And all 10 people in that job title are grieving this issue. So I want to make you aware of this so we can work collaboratively to solve it.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Moving back to our call-in speakers, our next speaker is Stephen Takata. Do we have Mr. Takata on the line?
We do not have them online.
Okay, we'll move to the third call-in speaker. That is Nicole Blanchan. Is Nicole on the line?
We do not have Nicole on the line.
Okay, we'll go to the final call-in speaker that we have on the list here. That is Courtney Sanders. Is Courtney on the line?
Courtney is on now.
Courtney, if you would state your name, if you're comfortable with your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds to address the board. Can we do one more check here? Courtney, if you are there, you have 30 seconds to address the board. All right, I am not hearing Courtney, so we will have to return to...
Oh, Courtney's here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Courtney, you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Okay. Hi, this is Courtney Sanders, and you know, again, I'm just very confused at what the Minneapolis Park Board is doing. You should be having to have these conversations about continuing encampments in the parks and continuing to find spaces. Every time I look into this issue further, there's more and more horrifying situations going on. Now I found out that there's children being subjected to living in these dangerous and predatory encampments during a public health pandemic. There's no showers for children, no toilets, and no appropriate access to food and shelter. I've called 211. There's shelters for these individuals and these children, and they need to be moved into shelters with appropriate services for them. The Park Board is no sanctuary, no refuge, and I'm really calling on the Park Board to end these encampments now. Okay, thanks, and you know, I hope that you guys think more critically when you make decisions in the future.
Thank you, Mrs. Sanders. Our next speaker here in person is Corey Webster. Corey, if you come forward, please do, again, keep your mask on. You can state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you do have 30 seconds to address the board.
Thank you, President Coghill, the rest of the board. Yes, my name is Corey Webster. I live at 6008 10th Avenue, South Minneapolis. And I am here to discuss the 6 months that I put in to work on the bid for the gardeners, and it was very disingenuous by the manager. And like Tony said, they pulled a power play on us and went through with this blindsiding us. And the morale is really horrible now. The transparency is non-existent, and I would hope you would do something about what they're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. Our next speaker is Jeremy Mickelson. Jeremy, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Jeremy Michelson, 2508 Pillsbury, 363 member. I guess I just agree with and support the actions that our representation has taken in this matter with the gardeners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Michelson. Our next speaker is Rachel Owens.
See that, one information, is there a way we can see the people who are speaking? Is that an option?
Thank you, Commissioner French. That should be something that is set up. If it's not, I would ask his staff if they're able to ensure
My
that
information,
video.
it was there and it disappeared after Mr. Kelly spoke.
Okay.
IT might want to check the laptop that's at the dais, where the speaker is, to see if the button might have gotten clicked to shut off the video by accident.
I mean, if it's not a super big deal, if it's not,
It looks like we may have to just proceed. It's like, I guess at this point, similar to the call-in option. I think we'll keep working on it, but in the meantime, we'll have Rachel, if you'd like to come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
My name is Rachel Owens. I live at 4350 Sheridan in North Minneapolis, and I'm a parent of Hope Academy. I request that the board follow through on the unanimously approved resolution and peacefully relocate the PV Park encampment. On August 11th, 35 rounds were fired from multiple guns at the encampment. That same day, MPRB said that PV, Kenwood, and Elliott Parks were all dangerous, and those encampments were served notice to disperse. I'm frustrated to see that of the three, only the PV encampment remains. The encampment is in a safe school zone. Hope Academy is 75% students of color. Why has Kenwood and Elliott been relocated but not PV? Is this equitable? Please take immediate action. Our students deserve better.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. Our next speaker is Christina Bast. Christina, if you come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 1 minute to, or 30 seconds, apologies, to address the board.
Thank you. My name is Christina Bast, and I'm a social worker at Hope Academy. 83% of our Hope Academy students live in Minneapolis. They have experienced months of stress, uncertainty, and disruption related to the turmoil in our city. Many of our students have not been able to safely play at their neighborhood parks this summer. Outdoor physical activity is critical for the health and growth of our students, especially as they come back to school after months of increased unrest in their neighborhoods. The risks associated with the encampment at PV Park are detrimental to our students' sense of well-being as well as to their safety. We are not able to utilize PV Park for recess while the encampment remains. I am asking that the encampment and protesters be relocated in a peaceful manner that respects the dignity of people experiencing homelessness and which also supports the safety of the park for Hope Academy students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Our next speaker is Nancy Gurmo? Apologies if I got that wrong. Come on forward, Nancy, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Okay, thanks. My name is Nancy Germo. I live in South Minneapolis. My daughter goes to Hope Academy. I request the board follow through on the unanimously approved resolution 2020-267 and peacefully relocate the PV Park encampment. The protesters argue that the encampment does not pose a danger to students. This is a lie. The park board itself has deemed PV Park encampment to be a significant crime and safety incidents, including assaults. On August 11th, 35 rounds were fired from multiple guns at the encampment. Gun violence is something that we as adults must take seriously to protect our children. Protesters denying the existence of increased violent crime and sexual assaults doesn't make the violence disappear. Violent crime and assaults are quantifiable. Protecting the next generation of people of color is essential to a more equitable and just city. Will you please take action? Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Our next speaker is Tennille Ziegler.
Yes, Tennille.
Come forward and state your name if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds.
Yes. My name is Tennille Ziegler, and I live in South Minneapolis. And I am HR at Hope Academy, and I want to tell you, and my family attends Hope Academy. My husband is the upper school principal there. My kids go there. We have been involved with the school for 14 years. I want to say that this is the first year that I've ever had to hire a community safety liaison. We have never had to have a community resource officer in our school before. It is crucial that we have one now to walk the grounds to make sure that our kids get in and off the bus safely and in and out of our school safely. I ask that you relocate the encampment immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler. Our next speaker is Tim Chase. Tim, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds to address the board. I see that you maybe have Jackson and Agnes as well with you, so you can all speak.
Thank you. So Tim Chase, 5210 Knox Avenue North. I'm a parent at Hope Academy, and we're just requesting that you relocate peacefully the PV encampment. We're have a lot of compassion for the people that are there, but our youth soccer programs have been disrupted, and we're just a little bit afraid for the safety of our students. So we would request the relocation process go through immediately. Thank you.
My name is Jackson. I'm a student at Hope Academy. I returned to school in person for the first time today. Because of COVID-19, I stay with the same group of students in one classroom for most of the entire day. I wear a mask at all times. Because of the danger due to the encampment at PV Park, I am not allowed to have recess outside. I need time outside with my friends. The encampment means I don't get this opportunity. Please follow through with what you said you would do and peacefully relocate the encampment immediately so I can use the park before winter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson and Tim and Agnes. Take a short break as we work on our video difficulties here. Continue. All right. Our next speaker is Brad Johansson. Brad, if you come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Hello, my name is Brad Johansson. I have resided at the 42nd and Portland intersection in Minneapolis for almost 20 years. I have great respect for what each of you do. It is not easy to lead any organization in any time, let alone something as public and complicated as the park system in our beloved city in 2020. So thank you. My concern presented today is the PV Park encampment is in violation of MPRB Resolution 2020-267. PV Park is not designated as capable of accommodating encampments. On Monday, August 10th, MPRB served notices to vacate to those living in approximately 12 tents. You have documented to the public that the encampment has significant crime and safety incidents, including assaults, including 35 rounds fired from multiple guns. The encampment is located within a safe school zone, which was not allowed per a resolution unanimously adopted by the Park Board Commissioners in July. On August 19th, you stated that disbandment is pending. Today, in-person classes started for K-12 Hope Academy located adjacent to the park. As of today, the encampment has doubled since the August 10th notice to vacate, and is likely to further grow this week due to the disbandment of the 13th Avenue encampment. Clearing the encampment will give opportunity to the underserved children attending Hope and living in the neighborhood who have not had access to safe green space since March. Please enforce MPRB Resolution 2020-267. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johansson. Our next speaker is C. Roger. Mr. Roger, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
How you guys doing? Glad to see you doing well. I'm Charles Rogers, and everybody knows me. I'm here for Save Hiawatha 18. I just have a quick question, and maybe you guys can clarify, but last year I was at a meeting with Commissioner Music, and we were at a McCray Park, and about 50 of us, and a question was posed to her that if when you start projects, do you start them without the funds, or do you wait till you get the funds? Her response was, you don't start any projects unless you have the funds there available. So I want to know where we're going to get the funds from, $60 million. Where are we going to get those funds from to start that project? And just throwing it out to you other commissioners, where is that money going to come from? And during this pandemic, I don't think that project should be touched simply because there is no money. And next year is probably going to be tough, really tough, because the city's going to be broke, the state's going to need money. So that's my question is, where is this money coming from, and will this project start before you have the money? Now, she told me, and she told 50 of us, and we taped the conversation, so we know what she said. But that's what I need to know from the other commissioners. Will you start a project without funds?
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Our next speaker is Sue Erickson. Sue, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Hi, my name is Sue Erickson. I live at 4409 28th Avenue South for 40 years now. I'm just piggybacking on what Charles just said. We are going to be in a world of hurt financially in the city, at the county level, at the state level, and at the federal level. This is just starting to roll out the financial hurt that's going to be caused by this pandemic. And moving forward, I think the park board is going to have a hard time just having a sustainable level of what is manageable right now with the employees and the staffing. I don't know how you could possibly move forward with a project that's projected to cost anywhere between $40 and $60 million. And once again, I would hope that no project is started or even considered until all the funding is in place.
Thank you, Ms.
Oh,
Erickson.
one more quick point.
Right. Your
In the
time's
plan,
up.
am I out of time?
Yeah, your time's up.
Oh, shoot. Okay, thanks, folks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, excuse me if I get this wrong, Nora Haynes, or North Haynes? Haynes?
What number is it?
Number 14? come on forward, and if you will state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
My name is Amelia. I'm a student of Hope Academy, and I want to be able to play with my friends outside at recess. I like the playground at PV Park. I was excited to play on it this year, but now I can't. The encampment makes the park dangerous. Living in a pen is hard, and playing would make it better. Would you please help me save my recess at PV Park?
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Chris Thompson. Chris, if you come forward, state your name. You have 30 seconds to address the board.
Thank you. My name is Chris Thompson. I am a parent and a teacher at Hope Academy.
Chris?
Yep.
We're asking folks to keep their masks.
Oh, I'm sorry that I did not listen to directions. Not a very good student. My apologies. I request the board follow through with its unanimously approved Resolution 267 and peacefully relocate PV Park encampment. I want to see all people in dignified housing, and many organizations, including the AICDC, have provided residents of the encampment with alternative housing solutions. It's listed on your website as well. Temporary solutions are not perfect, but they are more dignified and safe for both residents of the encampment and for the community surrounding PV Park and all of our parks. Also, I implore you, please do not believe the lies of the protesters, a small group who wants to say that the encampment residents have nowhere else to go. This is simply not true. Please protect the encampment residents and the community by following through with the peaceful relocation efforts immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Ben Johnson. Ben, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
I'm Ben Johnson. I live in South Minneapolis, 40th and Bloomington area. I'm a longtime teacher and parent at Hope Academy as well for 13 years. I just echo a lot of the same sentiments. We've had employees who have quit their jobs. We have students who are choosing distance learning instead of coming to the building because parents are concerned about safety. I would just ask that you would please consider relocating the encampment safely and helping those people find what they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Our next speaker is Lynn Farmer. Lynn, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Hi, my name is Lynn Farmer, 2721 Fifth Avenue South. Ultimately, my question is, what problem are you trying to solve with this encampment? If this is about rules, the park board is violating its own permitting process and state law. If this is about the homeless, according to County Commissioners Conley and Green, and I got an email this morning, there's currently enough COVID-safe housing for everyone who needs it. There are open alternatives for individuals and families. According to Commissioner Green, only 1/3 of those who are homeless are Hennepin County residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker is Noah Farmer. If you come forward, state your name, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Hello, my name is Noah Farmer. Thank you for letting me speak. I want just to say that I would love to have PV reopened. I've noticed before with playing soccer outside during a recess and during games that our safety has not always been guaranteed with the homeless encampment right next door, and I believe that if you are able to relocate it, we will be able to have a safe place to return to have fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Our next speaker is Maya Farmer. Maya, if you state your name and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
My name is Maya Farmer, and I am a middle schooler at Hope Academy. And with the encampment there, it's very hard for us to still have our recess time and that time to socialize, especially now that we are just like, we can only see a certain amount of people all day. And the space that we have now to be outside, it's really hard to social distance. So it would just be easier for us to be in PV Park so we can see people and be outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Our next speaker is Alicia Smith. Alicia, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
All right, thank you. Alicia Smith, 3451 Cedar Avenue South. I am a parent of two amazing young black boys at Hope Academy, and the encampment is currently hindering their ability to get recreation and be outside, on top of the fact that we are dealing with a global pandemic. And you all being the Park and Rec Board, you know the importance of recreation for young people. And so I can't stress enough, if we can move those folks with some dignity to a safer place so that our young people can have a safe and productive place to play in outside of their school. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Our next speaker is Sarah Thompson. Sarah, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds to address the board. If you leave your mask on as well, we're asking people
Oh, we're
to leave
leaving
their
it
mask
on.
Leave your mask on. Thank you.
Okay. Sarah Thompson, I'm here at everyone, 3209 Columbus. Phone number 612-203-1969. Anyone that cares should call me. AK is full of excuses. This is September 2nd. It's not a surprise to anyone that Hope Academy is in person. Here are some of AK's excuses why PV is not cleared. I'm not the only commissioner. I was exposed to COVID. I have another job too. Hey, I know Cecil. But the protesters, who by the way he supports. But my personal favorite, it's a hard time to be in public office. Hey AK, then it's time to resign. I want you to immediately take down these pictures from your social media accounts. This one of the groundbreaking of the soccer field at PV Park is hypocritical. There's no soccer players out there right now. And this one has Hope Academy students in it. That's exploitative. As long as the encampment is in PV Park, you care nothing for Hope Academy students, and it's time for you to go and make room for somebody who cares.
Thank you, Sarah. Our next speaker is Steve Takata.
Hello, my name is Steve Takata. I'm a parent of 4 students at Hope Academy, 2 of whom are on the soccer team. 7 weeks ago, this board unanimously adopted a resolution acknowledging that the encampments are not a safe, proper, or dignified form of housing. You established requirements for a permit and in several places emphasized that you would provide safe and comfortable access to recreational facilities by park visitors. And specifically pertaining to PV Park, you resolved the encampments would conform to state law regarding the proximity to school safe zones and not to locate encampments near those zones. I urge this board to act consistent with their policies and immediately relocate the PV Park encampment. There are 500 plus students, their families, teachers, and staff that will be impacted every day that this encampment remains. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Heidi Hoylian. Heidi, if you'd come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Heidi Hoyling, Phillips neighborhood of Minneapolis, a parent of Hope Academy students, a staff worker, and a longtime resident of Phillips. The issue of the encampment in Minneapolis is an issue of competing rights. On one hand, people living in the encampments have the right to live where they think they will be happiest. On the other hand, school children have the right to having access to having a recess in the same city park as the encampment, have the right to safety. They have the right to be protected from stepping on needles during recess. They have the right to be protected from drug dealers who frequent the encampment during recess. They have the right to be protected from human traffickers who frequent encampments during recess. They have the right to be protected from the failures of the Minneapolis government to uphold law and order during recess. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over the allotted time. I'm going to finish up this list. Any other folks who are here to speak can submit their comments online for the record. Our next speaker is Jesse Hoylian. Jesse, if you'd state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds to address the
Jesse,
board.
my name is Jesse, and I live in Phillips neighborhood with my mom. Stop this foolishness. You are endangering students by choosing to keep this encampment in PV Park. Those students who walk to school are vulnerable and very susceptible to what's going on, and not to mention, recess is gone now. Students K through 12 love and need their recess. When I go outside, I do not want to step on a needle that some addict carelessly dropped, or kick over a condom that somebody carelessly dropped over. As a student myself who has ADHD, I can tell you the only thing that has helped me think clearly was the freedom to run around at recess. And you have taken that away from me, from all the students at Hope Academy with ADHD in our school. Learning is restricted from me and my peers when we are not able to move and run around in a safe environment. Please fix this problem that you have not corrected. Please fix it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Our next speaker is Maya Hoyleen. Maya, if you'd come forward, state your name, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
My name is Maya. I live in Phillips neighborhood. Dear Commissioners, you may think you may be helping these people by letting them set up encampments in public parks, but you are not. You are hurting them, and when you do that, you are hurting other citizens in the community. You're allowing them to not be successful humans by letting them slack off and live in public places. You are letting them grow into carelessness with many health issues. These people could have been doctors, musicians, or an engineer, but instead you're giving them the ability to ruin their lives with drugs, illness, and lack of responsibility. I hope you remember how successful black people came after the injustice that was done to them. We have people like Beyonce, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and your favorite singer or rapper. They became successful by not ruining their lives. I hope you can do the same for these people.
Thank you, Maya. Our next speaker is Samantha Priest-Stinson. Samantha, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Samantha Priest-Stinson, 3338 Benjamin Street Northeast. Thank you, Commissioners, for being here today. I think I've made it clear kind of what my position is at this point, specifically for the Brackett encampment. I think it's criminal to use children as a shield and make excuses when most children are not in school anymore, and to tie homelessness to the criminal activity that's always been there in those parks that nothing has been done about, and to tie it to the homeless is also criminal. These people that are being preyed upon in the parks, it's just a feeding frenzy for these people that are criminals that are perpetrating on them. Don't tie the criminal activity to the people in the parks. Not only should you have a heart, but you should also understand that the rise in criminal activity isn't because of the people that are unhoused themselves. It is because they are being preyed upon by those people in the parks. So if you want to bulldoze something, bulldoze the drug dealers and the pimps and those that have been conducting that activity and have long been doing it before these people in the encampment. Bulldoze them. Don't bulldoze human beings that don't have any place to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priest-Stinson. I want to note to those who are coming in that we are already over open time, and I'm finishing up this list, and I'm not continuing the list for open time this evening. You can submit your comments to the Secretary of the Board or to any of the Commissioners for review and for inclusion in the public record. Yes, Commissioner.
Could we maybe just get a sense, I understand the necessity to move forward.
If Commissioner Bourne is making a point of order, could he please turn on his mic?
Thank you, President Cogill. To my point of inquiry, I'm wondering if we can get a list of how many folks are here and took the time to come out to the building tonight. I understand the need for us to move forward, but I had a lot of folks. I would be concerned if a lot of folks took some time to come out here tonight to address the board for 30 seconds and we're sending them home without that opportunity.
Sure, Commissioner Bourne, we have another at least 15 individuals
that are physically here,
in addition to another list of more than 20 people who have provided written comments for submission.
President Cogill, the open time is frequently under the president's discretion.
Yes, it is, and I just provided a half an hour of time, and it is beyond that time.
Could I ask, as a point of privilege, that the president hear from the comments of the people that are physically in the building? If there's 15 of them, that would take about 7 minutes if they each had 30 seconds.
I would ask if there is any objection from other commissioners.
I object.
I hear some amount of objection here. I am going to continue with what was stated, and the fact I would note also that traditionally 15 minutes is how much time is used for open time. Our next speaker is Nadine Little.
We did not make it into the building.
Our next speaker is Evan Zuckerman. And if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Evan Zuckerman, Seward neighborhood of Minneapolis. I live a couple of blocks from Brackett Park, and I am there every day. I am there working with women who are working towards a better life. We provide them a secure place to come home to at night. We provide security, and we need this permit so that they know that they will continue to have a safe place to come home to and not worry about being cleared at any moment. We have crowdsourced volunteer time, volunteer effort, and money and supplies to provide the things that our women need to move forward with their lives. And if we have to keep worrying about getting cleared and redistributing those people, and also redistributing those items, and then also redistributing our people who will still need a place to stay whether they get cleared from that park or not, then we won't be able to help these women. We have a letter of approval from the neighbors whose kids go to the school that is right by there, and that school will not be in session before October 1st. We would like our permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evan Zuckerman. Our next speaker is Russ Gregg.
Thank you, President Cogill and Board Commissioners. My name is Russ Gregg. I'm a 29-year resident of the Phillips neighborhood and the head of Hope Academy, serving 550 neighborhood children adjacent to PV Park. Today I had to share the difficult news with our students that it's not safe for them to go outside for recess and use the beautiful park and playground anymore. I cannot in good conscience send them out to play in PV with the undeniable increase in drug use, needs for mental health support, and increased violence in and near the park. The one time of day when our students would have been able to go outside and run around without their masks on has been taken away from them. Please honor your own resolution passed 45 days ago for the sake of the most traumatized children of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. Our final speaker is Jeanette Takata.
Jeanette Takata, 36 in Nicollet. I'm sorry that the encampment at PV Park remains in a school zone while Kenwood, Elliott, and other school zones have been peacefully removed. I'm grieved the encampment protesters use school starting and children who need recess as a means to call for more protesters to come to the park. I'm sorry to personally watch protesters, not encampment residents, harass and intimidate park police just this week. I'm disappointed that the legitimate issues of homelessness, drug addiction, and mental health have been thrust onto the park board. I'm disheartened watching the number of tents and protesters continue to grow as MPRV waits to relocate the encampment from where they are. And I'm overwhelmed as staff at Hope Academy field phone calls from the community, both for those who want the encampment to remain and those that want the encampment to move. And they're asking what we can do as a school to partner with them. That's not our job. Please do yours.
Thank you, Ms. Takata.
President Cogill, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to consider a resolution to add additional open time to hear 30 seconds of testimony from the people that are physically in the building that came to speak.
Second. The resolution is, or the motion has been made and seconded. Given the fact that we're going to have resolutions on this, I guess I will just continue on and allow this. I was attempting, given commissioner feedback, to provide us time to consider the business of the board this evening, but hearing this kind of resolution, I will continue to go through the open time speakers that are here.
I will withdraw the motion.
Our next speaker.
Point of order, how many are left?
We have now 13, I believe. We'll see how many are here.
Okay, respectfully, we need to keep to our 30 seconds. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Dominic Howes. You have 30
Hi,
seconds.
Commissioners. Thank you for having me here. My name is Dominic Howes. I live in the Powderhorn neighborhood. I think, as we all know, this has been an incredibly difficult summer for our city and for the unhoused residents in our city. I think we've all struggled with the best way to help and support our unhoused neighbors. I think the Brackett Park encampment is one place where everyone is united that it's something is actually working, and we've got to make a variance. We've got to give an allowance for the Brackett Park camp to continue. Otherwise, the resolution you passed 45 days ago is a farce. We've got to get behind this one encampment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Howes. Our next speaker is Sheila Delaney. Sheila, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds to
Hi, I'm
address the
Sheila Delaney. I live in Loring Park. I just want to say I support Sam's leadership and the leadership of the women at Brackett, and I really want to applaud the neighborhood there for being so constructive and helpful. I know that this is a burden on all of you, and I know I appreciate the really hard work you are doing, but in this case, I really urge you to make a variance on this provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delaney. Our next speaker is Jennifer Kwam. Jennifer, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 1 minute to address them, or 30 seconds, I apologize.
Yes, Jennifer Kwam, Powderhorn Park. I think that we all have learned a lot over the encampment business. One thing that we do know is that encampments draw a lot of predators, a lot of people who are there to prey on the folks that are living in that encampment. Brackett Park is one of the only examples of where the permitting process was followed through. There is a clear safety plan. There are no drugs or alcohol allowed in that encampment. Please, I do urge you to allow the variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwam. Our next speaker is Kelvin Sims. Kelvin, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds to address the board.
Yes, my name is Kelvin Sims. I live at 26th and Park, and I want to say that I have a friend who was in PV Park, and he thankfully found his way to a better place to stay. And I think that there are options that we can push for, and that we should. I request that the board follow through with, yes, the resolution, and peacefully relocate the PV Park encampment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Our next speaker is Jennifer Beckham. Jennifer, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jennifer Beckham, and I live on 2809 39th Avenue South, so a block from the Brackett Park encampment. And I know a lot of the things that I would say have been touched upon already. So I will simply add, I have young children. I have a 7-year-old and an 11-year-old. I've brought my 7-year-old to play with one of the children that was staying in the camp. It is safe. It's well run. I've volunteered there. I am also very much in favor of the variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beckham. Our next speaker is Kirk Ciolo. Is Kirk here? Kirk Ciolo. Our next speaker is Clara Schultz. Is Clara here?
Oh, Clara, is that you?
Clara, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 30 seconds to address the board. If you leave your mask on as well, you can come up forward to the podium with the microphone. You have 30 seconds to address the board.
Hi, my name is Clara Schultz. My address is 2549 32nd Avenue South, Minneapolis, and I was born in that house. I still live there. I've been volunteering at Brackett Park since the 3rd day, and I understand that the park board is not going to solve this problem, but the park board still has a huge impact on the direction that things go, because the idea of shuffling around unhomed people is a racist fantasy. We know that that doesn't solve anything. They're living outside either way. What they need is stable housing, and if the government can't provide that, the least the park board can do is provide them with stable camping. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. Our next speaker is Maurice Haggerty. Maurice here. Not saying Maurice. Our next speaker is Dan Germo. Dan, if you come forward and state your name, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have. Are you Dan?
No, sorry.
Oh,
that's Dan. Oh, sorry.
Numbers mixed up somehow.
Yeah.
Dan, if you come forward, you have 30 seconds to address the.
Okay. My name is Dan Germo. I'm a resident of South Minneapolis. I want to thank you as a park board for what you do. The issue of homelessness, we do want that to be resolved. We want people to be able to be taken care of. At the same time, we want to be sure that our kids are safe. I have a child at Hope Academy, so the issue of PV Park is right close to home. But also want to be sure that you can fulfill your mandate. Homeless people are taken care of, but that we can fulfill the resolution has been voted to be able to find another location so that all are safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is Kirk, COO. Kirk, if you come forward, state your name, if you're comfortable, your address, and you have 30 seconds.
All right, my name's Kirk. I live in Minneapolis, and as a Minneapolis tax-paying resident and person who also works in Minneapolis, I'm appalled that you keep wasting our tax dollars, moving homeless people from place to place instead of actually helping them. This encampment is safe, it's got structure. I have no idea why there's all these people who would call themselves Christians coming up here and complaining about having to walk past homeless folks on the street. As a Christian, that breaks my heart. The Bible is clear that we need to love and serve our neighbors in need.
Thank you, Kirk. Seeing no other speakers, we can move back into reports of officers, and I believe Commissioner French has the floor with a question.
I wanted to, my big question is if a permit holder has a problem with somebody either who is not a resident of the camp, what recourse would they have in calling the police and have that person removed from the camp? So there's somebody, if the permit holder's at the camp and there's somebody out there who's not part of the camp at all, causing trouble, disorderly conduct, whatever it may be, what recourse does the permit holder have? So whatever happens, whatever that person does, the encampment is not responsible for what they do. So I just want to know what protection does the permit give them?
Certainly, Council Rice.
Well, Commissioner French, as you know, this is a wholly created board process that the staff has tried to implement. I believe the permit only extends to people who are truly homeless. So if let's say there's a person in the camp who actually has a residence, a permanent residence, they shouldn't be there. They're not allowed to be there. In the first instance, it's on the permit holder to enforce that rule, and if the permit holder finds that there are people in the park that are not homeless, they should make every effort by themselves to tell them to leave. Failing that, I guess they can call the park police, and I guess I defer to the superintendent or his staff to know how they would deal with it, but the board action only extends to people who are homeless. If there's people that are camping in the park that do have a home, or they're just traveling through, they have no right to be there under your resolution.
So, I guess the reason I ask that is because sometimes there may be unsheltered folks who may want to come to a certain encampment, who those folks in that community, that encampment might say, no, we don't want you here because you're a dangerous person, or into violence. What recourse do they have? I mean, is it we gotta let you in because it's a public place? Otherwise, I think the permitting system, like, it's null and void if that's the case. If the permit holder it's all the responsibility, but doesn't have the authority to make sure folks who don't need to be there aren't there, I'm having a hard time trying to figure out that type of
If I'll just add one more comment. I mean, the idea that behind the resolution and the permit is that the permit holder, if there's somebody who's not welcomed by that permit, they should tell those people to leave. In the first instance, and just simply say, get out.
So I've had a few calls with a few permit holders with this exact same issue, and then what happens is the person they don't want in the encampment, usually the police are called by somebody else, a neighbor or something like that, and then what happens is the folks in the encampment are the ones who are blamed for whatever happens to that person after they've talked to the cops, and this is me going out and talking to the permit holders after they've had a conversation with the police that they confused about folks who are living in encampment. I'm trying to figure out if there's some type of FAQ or something that we can provide the permit holders so they know exactly what their rights are and what ability they have to have folks removed because of danger, a threat, or some type of health hazard.
Thank Thank you.
President Cogill, Commissioner French, we can take a look at that. If you're asking for FAQ, we can do that. I think Council Rice kind of went through what a permit, the reason for the permit, and I think he's went through it very thoroughly. Your concern specifically is around enforcement around if someone's coming into an encampment. And so we can design an FAQ around that. But again, I just want to make sure that Council Rice gave a very thorough understanding around what the permits are and why we issue the permits around our ordinances and policies. The question specifically that you need to answer, or what you're asking, is around enforcement and what does it mean when there is someone in the encampment that needs to be removed because of violence or concerns. So we can design that, Mr. French, and we can spend some time and make sure that we have at least some guidance and understanding around ordinances and when to call 911 and when to get support from law enforcement.
I guess this is probably my last question. Have officers received any training on how the permitting system works? So when they're coming into contact with a permit holder or somebody who's living in the encampment, they know exactly what the board is thinking about, right? Do they know what the permit says and what the ordinance says? Because I think there may be some confusion with officers about what type of authority they can have when it comes to folks who aren't inside the encampment or inside the park after hours. And their refusal to remove certain folks makes it so they're getting more because that person who caused the problem at that point.
Mr. French, commissioners, well, first of all, there is no ordinance. There was a resolution. So the allowance of encampments is not based in ordinance. It's based in the resolution that was passed. The challenge here is that you're asking police officers to be the arbitrator of who is appropriately staying in an encampment in public space. And so, many of these encampments don't have physical boundaries. They're designated as refuge spaces. And we are encountering what I would describe as frequent personality conflict between encampment residents who then try to draw police into making a determination on who stays and who goes. And that is not a position that our police officers should be in. Our police officers diligently enforce the law and investigate crimes in these encampments when they are reported to us. But insofar as trying to figure out, whose tent was somewhere first or how close it is to someone else, or if someone, is too close to another's perceived space, that isn't the appropriate role of law enforcement. I know our community outreach staff has been doing some of that work, but that is not the work for law enforcement.
So we haven't trained our officers on what this sanctuary permit or the refuge permit actually says or does. So they haven't had any new instruction on this resolution.
Commissioner French, yes, they received copies of the permit when they're issued.
Was there a back and forth question and answer period where they could ask questions about any concerns they may have had?
Commissioner French, not specifically, no. But, I get asked questions all the time. I would assume that if they had a question, they would ask.
I would really, I don't know if this is a staff direction, but I would really like our officers to be briefed on what they can and cannot do and what type of rights the permit holder has and what type of rights of just regular folks. Because I think different officers are handling it in different ways, and it would be nice to have consistency when I'm talking to people who are asking questions about interactions with police and encampees. It would be nice to have some consistency across the board of how police officers respond to encampments.
Commissioner French, I don't disagree with you. I think it'd be really helpful if you could provide me specifics around the situations you're referring to. I can address those with the officers.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Moving through others with their hands raised. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. I appreciate the presentation. It's helpful to get the snapshot of what park staff are seeing in the field. I'm wondering if it'd be possible for us to get reports from our partner agencies about what work they're doing to help ensure that encampment inhabitants are being moved to appropriate shelter and receiving the other support that they need. At this time, the only way I can get that information is by calling my counterparts and other levels of government and asking them to ask their staff. Since folks have agreed to help us with this, I'd really like to start seeing updates from them on the work that they're doing to help appropriately house people that are experiencing homelessness within the city of Minneapolis. I'm also wondering if it would be possible for us to be updated on the updates that we're receiving about crimes that are reported within encampments, if we could include in the listing which ones of those are permitted. I noticed one of the parks listed was a park in my district, Minneapolis Falls Regional Park. That encampment is permitted, and it appears that there is still crime occurring there, so I'm unclear on what impact that has on the ability for that encampment to retain its permit. And if someone could help me understand that, I'd really appreciate it. Because I know I'm going to get questions from residents about why it is that people are not following the law. We are allowing an encampment to retain its permit.
Is there any answer that any staff is able to provide on?
President Cogill, Commissioner Meach, I'm not sure if that was a question. I apologize. Is the question specific around Minnehaha?
Yes, I would like to understand
if, and then what the next steps are.
Yes, so there was a disorderly conduct charge given at that encampment, and I'm trying to understand what impact that has on the permit status of that location.
Commissioner Meach, well, as far as the number of reports of 911 or crime that occurs within a particular encampment, we review all of that. Usually, we have had a lot of, sometimes people will say a lot of things that are happening within a park from observation, but we haven't received necessarily a lot of 911 calls around it. And so we hear a lot of things that do occur in camps. What we've always asked and what we look for is the crime reports that come from that. So, for example, if 911 phone calls are being made and we start to see an uptick in all of those crimes, and we have police responding to a particular encampment because of calls, because of violence, it could be multiple things, that then we then pay attention to that encampment. And because the issuance of the permits is every 2 weeks, then we make a determination whether that camp is it a safety concern or a health concern. And so we respond accordingly to the number of complaints, 911 calls, criminal activity, the multiple things. If you remember when Chief Ohado reported previously on slides that you would see when he'd give his reports, sometimes it'd be like 2 pages or a single full page of crime that's happening. In particular, if you remember Powderhorn, very clearly we knew that there was a real problem. So it's the same thing again with any other encampment site. As long as we have reports and we have crime and we know that those are happening, we then can respond appropriately and act accordingly on that particular encampment site.
So essentially, crime can be happening, and we're going to allow people to retain their permits through the end of this initial, or the current 2-week period.
Well, again, Commissioner Musich, once we get the reports, if you're telling us and we're getting phone calls and we're getting reports, an actual crime that's being reported, no, we would not. We would address that as a safety issue. So there's no question we would address it. And again, if Minnehaha has been reporting many crimes and things that are happening within that encampment, we then will respond accordingly to that safety concern of that encampment.
Okay, so essentially, I forget exactly what it was, disorderly conduct maybe, or a domestic assault, I don't recall exactly what it was, but so we would have to have multiple incidents similar to that recorded in order for any impact to take place on the ability for that permit to be renewed.
Well, again, Commissioner Mishich, I think that you're talking about individuals that something might be occurring within the encampment that is people. So we address the people in that encampment if that's the issue. Because the permit holder could say, this particular person and this what's happening occurring here is the problem. Well, then we would address that problem. It doesn't mean the entire encampment is the problem. It could be individuals within the encampment. So again, we are dealing with this for the first time, and dealing with the level that we are dealing with within our parks. So we are addressing this the best that we can based on what we know. And again, there are individuals that are in encampments that have done terrible things and have been arrested or have been removed or have been asked to leave. We've addressed those. If again, it's an individual in an encampment that is doing something that is terrible or abusive or might be, then we work with that permit holder to address that particular person or people. It doesn't mean the entire encampment is the problem. It could be the people in the encampment. Now, the level where the encampment in total has volumes of calls and problems throughout the encampment, that's a different level of addressing the encampment as a whole because of the level of crime or safety that's occurring within the encampment. So again, there could be different levels of that. I don't know if Chief Ohado or if you wanted to say anything further about that, but I can.
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich, what I would just say is the incident at the encampment at Minneapolis Park that's on that sheet actually involved someone who was not integrated into the permitted encampment and was sort of a lone satellite encampment in an area that they were not permitted to be.
Okay, thank you for the additional information, Chief Ohad, and Superintendent Bangora. We've heard tonight that people in the encampments have no place to go. And then we've also heard there's shelter available for anyone that needs it. Which is it? Are there truly enough shelter beds available right now to house everyone who is living in a Minneapolis park?
President Cogill, Commissioner Musich, I don't know the exact number because it does change frequently between Hennepin County numbers and such, but there are beds, there are shelters, there are places for people to go. Those numbers will vary constantly. What we know is that as winter is going to be approaching, those numbers will change drastically because as people start to look for shelter, the numbers of beds and shelters will decrease. We are encouraging and asking people to go now and find shelter now because what we hear is that there are shelters and there are beds for people. So when we ask people to demobilize or disband from encampments, we recognize that working with St. Stephen's, working with Hennepin County, working with our partners, there are places to go. Whether people choose to go there or not is a decision by the people that are in the encampment, whether they want to be in the particular shelter or not. We can't determine that. But we do know that there are available places and there are opportunities for people to go to shelter. There's no question that they have places for families. They will not be turned away. Any families or people with children, there's no question there's places there for them. And we're also finding that there's single room available for single people to be in shelter and have places available for them. Again, I don't have the exact number at this very moment. I could probably send a text out to Don Reiner, Hennepin County, and get some numbers right at this moment in the next half hour. But it changes daily. But there is
If we have an update as part of our deck that we get updated on from our partner agencies on shelter availability on the day that we have our meetings as well, I think that would be helpful for us in terms of context.
Absolutely.
I had another question, but I didn't write it down and I don't recall what it is. So thank you all for the additional information. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I do have some questions and some comments or concerns about the format of the reports of officers section of our agenda. So, but maybe first to the specific questions. I think Chief Ohado and Superintendent Bangora, I heard Commissioner French's questions. I heard different answers, not necessarily to Commissioner French's question. So how I understood Chief Ojato's responses make sense to me, that our park police are not arbitrators of who can and can't stay in those permitted encampments. But what I heard Commissioner French ask, and I think I heard Council Rice reaffirm, is that if there's a permit holder that has asked somebody to leave, that they are not a guest of the encampment, and they are not a guest of the permit holder, and they have asked that person to leave, and they have followed their responsibilities within the permit that was issued, that then that permit holder could call the Minneapolis Park Police, and the Minneapolis Park Police would eject that person that is not a guest of the permit holder in the encampment. Superintendent and Chief Ojato, am I understanding that right, that the permit holders can ask for specific ejections if they are not guests of the encampment?
President Koga, Commissioner Bourne, they can ask, yes, they can ask for that person not to be within the encampment if they're not part of the original, if the encampment or the permit holder has a certain level of folks that they are working with and within that encampment, they can ask for that person to leave.
And Chief, can you just confirm that that is your officer's understanding as well, if they have a request from a encampment permit holder to remove a non-welcome guest, that our officers will assist in that?
The officers have a duty to investigate and make sure that they're following the law. So, barring a specific situation, I can't give you a general answer to that question. We have to remember that all of this is taking place in public space. These are parks. The boundaries of these encampments are not delineated, and individual encampment permit holders don't get to decide the occupancy of a park in its entirety. And so, like I said, it would really it really needs to be case specific.
So I look at, we have two different natures of permits that ICS issue from time to time. If I rented Beard's Plaisance for a birthday party, and I did not invite Council Rice, and Council Rice showed up, and I asked him to leave, and he did not, and I called the park police, in that instance, would I be able to produce my permit and say that I have this rented for an event and ask them to be removed? Or is this more like Pride, where the permit that is issued is open to the public, and as long I'm just not entirely seeing our through line where this is necessarily different from the other permits that we schedule. When permit holders ask somebody to be removed for non-compliance and park board policies, I'm not aware of any instances where we don't remove those folks from permitted grounds.
Commissioner Bourne, I think you raised a good distinction in comparing these encampments between, let's say, a facility like Beard's Plaisance and a festival like Pride. In your Beard's Plaisance example, the moment that somebody stepped away from the picnic pavilion, but we're still within Lake Harriet Park, that conduct would be permitted, even if they were 6 feet away from the picnic shelter. That permit would be, or that conduct would be permitted. They wouldn't be allowed within the picnic shelter that you had rented, but they would be very close and nearby in public space. With Pride, you raise an interesting topic, because we have a number of people who come into Loring Park during Pride and counter-protest Pride, and Pride has asked over and over again for those counter-protesters to be removed, and we don't remove them because it is public space, and their First Amendment rights prevail regardless of the permit that Pride has. I think one of the important things that we need to talk about with encampments that makes this very challenging is there is not a delineation in most cases of where the encampment starts or ends. So we have encampments within public parks that are open to all people. And when, as I mentioned to Commissioner French, there's a violation of law or ordinance or even of administrative rule, our pathway is pretty clear. We can engage in enforcement. But when this becomes a situation around what I would call encampment community standards, where one encampment occupant isn't happy with the behavior of another encampment occupant, ejection is not a clear path to the park police.
Thank you, Chief. Deputy Superintendent, are you the most familiar with the permitting process for the encampment so far? Who is this, or is it Assistant Superintendent Schroeder?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, I am fairly familiar with the permitting process. The executive team works together on it.
Okay.
I handle primarily the administrative application of it as well, but we debate and discuss all of these topics together. So the information that Superintendent and Chief Ohado is presenting is very similar to what I would know about the situation as well.
So on the actual application forms, and we saw a lot of maps several weeks ago of what areas are appropriate and what areas aren't appropriate. School zones are appropriate, school zones aren't. On the application form, is the permit applicant required to delineate an area where the permitted encampment will be?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, yes, one of the parts of the application process is providing a map. In most cases we get it, and in other cases we provide a map to the individual, letting them know approximately what area of the park meets the buffers, meets the requirements.
So there is, and I understand that there's some gray areas and these are some hard areas to enforce, but there are delineated areas of the permanent encampments, is what I'm hearing.
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, I would say one of the things that I've thought about as this discussion has progressed is while some permit holders are not interested in fences, some are, so those are easier to delineate, but wondering if there was a way we could provide a less fence-like, but still a very visible delineation of where the encampment is allowed within parks. And I think that might be a next step for us to consider.
I just thank you, Deputy Superintendent, and thank you, Chief Ohado. And I know that this is difficult work. And this is different in a lot of ways, but at the same time, if we're issuing permits to the permit holders. And these do sound more like a private event than the test that we use for an event like Pride, where we can where people have the ability to, if I take out a permit for a wedding, in those spaces, people cannot come into Beards Plaisance and protest my wedding as much as they may or may not want to. In Pride they can. So those are two very different things. And I see these permits closer to these private event permits. So then because otherwise the permit holder, we're just putting a burden on them that we know that they will not be able to meet. If they're required to do the first best steps of maintaining order in these camps, and if the permit holder can't ask an officer to assist after they have politely asked somebody to leave that delineated area, I just don't know what we're doing, and I don't know what this permit process is for. So I guess I would encourage our executive team to really look at that, and if we do have some permit holders that are trying to do the best they can, that they do have some support available to them where park police can say, hey, you can go stand 50 feet over there, but you can't stand here. They have a permit for this encampment, and this permit holder has asked you not to be here during the duration of the permit. President Cogill, just a note on the reports of officers. Just the last several reports of officers have been incredibly different from the last 11 years that I've served on this board. We've had different data points before where the entire city is experiencing an uptick in crime, but we had this confirmed that to the best data available, it's not disproportionately rising in our parks. And so we're spending an incredible amount of time going over every single police report, every single blade of grass in some of these encampments every single time. And the way that we frame and package information does send some messages that I don't think are in line with the values of the majority of this board. I've never seen us get a 5-minute staff report on how many people called the park board last week, on how many holes in one we scored, or how many times that wedding permits didn't take their tables down in time. I mean, I'm wondering if some of these, I would ask our staff to just be very aware of the message then, and President Cogill, when you're approving the agendas and the reports of officers, be very aware of the messages that we're packaging to folks. And when we package crime, when it's not proportionally larger than the rest of the city, and we've confirmed that, we're sending a very unsavory message about some of the most vulnerable people in our community. So President Cogill, I would just ask you to work with your officers of the organization when you're preparing these for the board. And Superintendent, I would encourage you to just really think of what information we need and what information is maybe sending a message that none of your staff is intending to convey about some of the most vulnerable people in our community. So thank you, President Cogill.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. I hope the superintendent heard that. I do set the agendas. I do not micromanage the report of the officer who is the head of the organization operationally. I do sometimes provide him with feedback. Our next speaker is Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I agree with the points that Commissioners French and Bourne brought up, and I expressed that sentiment in an email to the Superintendent-in-Chief yesterday. Last night, Commissioner French and I had a meeting with Logan Park neighborhood members and organizers for the encampments at Logan and Beltrami Parks and UM Church. And the organizers say that they have requested police assistance and haven't been granted that. And it's for the reasons that the chief expressed, that it hasn't been done. So I would just urge the superintendent to go with the permit holders on those decisions. If it weren't for the resolution that we passed and the permits provided, then any encampments would be in violation of our ordinance. So I believe that if there are encampments that are not under the wing of that permit holder, then the police should be empowered to give a notice to vacate for people who are not complying with the rules of those encampments. Because the organizers at these encampments are working very hard and doing their best to follow the rules that we have set up, to follow the 2510, to follow all manner of other rules, and they aren't able to. So we need to empower them. And if you can't do that for whatever reason, then I hope that you wouldn't remove those encampments, because they are trying to do their best on But I would urge you to go with the guidance that Councilor Rice provided. And if it can't be the police for whatever reason, I mean, someone has to be doing that, and I would just urge you to go with the permit.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Coghill. So I have a couple concerns. I guess I'm unclear. Are we asking for? Well, not we. Are some commissioners asking that park police intervene with a matter that's happening between a permit holder and a person that is possibly living in the encampment?
May I respond, President Coghill?
Certainly, Commissioner Meyer.
I am saying that, I mean, it should be the permit holder who is arbitrating those issues among the people staying in the encampment. And then the police should basically enforce the directions of the permit holder.
So what it seems like to me, we're asking the park police to basically be security guards over these designated encampments. I don't think that's a good idea, especially when we have things like what's coming up tonight for a discussion around drunken charges. So we have the park police intervene, and commissioners don't like what happened, and then we have a resolution on the table around dropping the charges because someone thought like what the park police did wasn't right. These are public park spaces. I get it. I totally understand. I've had conversations with some of these permit holders about, you know, maybe something happening in the park, having someone removed, someone breaking rules. But quite frankly, there's a lot of park rules being broken in the first place. There's a lot of things that permit holders are allowing people to do in the park that's not permitted in the park, like drinking, like smoking, like sex, like nudity, like a whole lot of things are going on with the people that are approved to be in the park. So how do we as a board expect the park police to intervene and say what is acceptable and what's not acceptable? I totally understand if a 911 call is made, the park police going out there, taking action, doing their job. But I don't understand how we basically make them babysitters, and then the minute one of them do their job, we'll say, let's drop the charges because I don't like that someone was arrested. No. It's not fair to the park police that we're asking them to go out and babysit at various parks. What is fair is that a 911 call is made and park police do the job that they're supposed to do in going in after a call is made.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Our next speaker is Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Coghill, and thank you for the report, an hour or so ago. Of the 15 permits that were granted, do you have an approximation of how many permits were quote-unquote rejected?
Deputy Superintendent.
President Coghill, Commissioner Forney, I'd have to go back and do an exact count. There are several parks where we received more than one permit. So it wasn't that the park didn't end up getting a permit holder, it was that somebody got there first. But aside from that, there at one point was about 6 or 7 permit holders that failed to either complete the permit or respond to questions that we had asked. But at this point, there is not a designated site, aside from Bryn Mawr Meadows, that failed to receive a successful permit holder.
So just curious, has Brackett Park applied for a permit?
Brackett Park did apply for a permit. That was one of the ones that was denied because it was a school zone. We had offered other sites and other opportunities, and in fact, the other sites that were listed in the permit as second and third choices also happened to be school zone sites. So we had actually, in that case, offered Bryn Mawr Meadow as an alternative.
So there were a few other sites that were quote-unquote rejected because of school zones.
In that particular permit, all three sites that, or permit application, all three sites that were requested were school zones. So we offered additional options outside of the three that were requested.
And did any of those take those options?
This is specific to the Brackett Park permit request?
Oh, no, the other ones, or whatever in total, were any of them?
So Commissioner Forney, just to be clear, in each of the permit applications, an applicant can identify a primary, a secondary, and a third choice. In this particular case, the applicant's first, second, and third choice were all school zone sites.
Interesting.
So none of those were offered as options, but a fourth site that would meet the criteria was offered, and that was Bryn Mawr Meadows. The applicant indicated that they did not want to move to that site.
Thank you, I really do appreciate this. And we all are Minnesotans and we know the reality of this area. I looked it up, and the average frost is somewhere between October 1st and October 10th. So basically, we're talking about these issues are really only relevant. I would hope that they would only be relevant for the next 28 days because of the reality of winter and anybody living in a climate appropriate, for health and safety. So we're spending a great deal of time on this, and it's because it is so completely out of our wheelhouse, so completely, I don't believe that there is any staff member that in their job description has encampments and dealing with encampments. So I appreciate everybody's comments here because it is so completely and unique. And I'm really, it is very fortunate that the messaging that some commissioners are hearing is negative, but unfortunately it's reality. And we're dealing with a community that is incredibly, as you indicate, vulnerable. And so the violence that is occurring to them, around them, and everything is something that is paramount for all of us to know. And unfortunately, our community wants to know as well. So I appreciate the information that's been shared here, and I hope that we can start to terminate this conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French for the second time.
Yeah, I don't want to terminate this conversation because we're talking about people. I voted for the resolution to have permits for the very reason it would give the people who are living in Kenton the option of actually having folks who weren't supposed to be there to be removed. The only reason I voted. Now it seems like to me, a month later, the people who hold the permit have no authority over the encampment and have no authority to actually make a place safer. Powderhorn was unsafe. We created a situation in the system to be able to have folks who weren't supposed to be there to be removed. That was the problem at Powderhorn, is that we couldn't have people removed. Now we created a system that was supposed to do that, and it's not. So we're doing a big bluff. We're saying jump this hurdle and you can win the race. But as soon as you jump that hurdle, we extend the finish line a little bit. And we keep moving people. None of these. We keep making decisions about people's lives without asking those people. And yeah, there's some concerns about school zones, but we have automatically just determined that everybody who lives in these camps is somehow a bad person, and they shouldn't even be looked at. Let's not even look at them. Let's not have our kids look at them. Let's not explain the situation that exists and why they're homeless. They're bad people. Do we know if the people who made those shots at PV Park were even living in the encampment? Has this been violent in that area forever. Not saying it's okay, and there's been people living in PV Park forever. Not saying it's okay, but the problems of homelessness and unshelteredness, how long have we unsheltered folks in our parks? I don't know if that's a question for Al or Chief Ohado. How long have we been dealing with unsheltered people in our parks?
I'll ask the superintendent to answer that question.
President Kogel, Commissioner French, my apologies, my screen froze there for a moment. Are you asking a question about how long we've had? I couldn't give you an exact number, Commissioner French. I've been with the park board for over 20 some years.
Can we say there have always been people living in some type of either undeveloped parkland or some type of park? We've always had that. Can we say that? I mean, I'm feel comfortable with saying that. But now,
President Colby, Commissioner French, there has always been unsheltered and homeless folks living in the city of Minneapolis, in multiple areas across the city.
And some choose to live in our parks. And so all of a sudden, this park board decided to do something that was revolutionary and that kicked folks out during a time of crisis. We've done something wrong. And now, to fix that, other people think we did something wrong. To fix that, we have to criminalize an entire group of people. An entire group of people have to be criminalized. So I can feel safe, or they can feel safe, or they can feel comfortable, and they don't have to look at that, or we don't have to look at that. Shame on you. Shame on everybody. I'm done, President Carver.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner French. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Kogel. I joined Commissioner French towards a unanimous resolution a few weeks ago towards the humane treatment of some of our most vulnerable members of our community that were here on the invitation of Commissioner Forney and Commissioner Kogel and I think 6 or 7 other commissioners, and we didn't have a plan in place for that. The one thing worse than going into something without a plan is trying to extract yourself without a plan. I do like some of the work that is happening here, but some of it, the at-large Commissioner Vita asked what we want park police to do. I see what Commissioner French is asking for them to do is a job of the park police. If somebody has a permit and they're asking somebody to be ejected that's not part of that permit, our park police in every other instance that I'm aware of support that. So I don't know, and I just share a lot of Commissioner French's concerns. This evening we had a lot of people that look like me talking about peacefully relocating a lot of people that look like Indigenous members of our community, and I know what humane relocations of Indigenous community members have looked like in our past. So I just, we shouldn't be here, but this is a failure of every level of government from the top down to the Minneapolis Park Board. I think we have an obligation to keep everyone safe, including our unhoused members of our community. I did have I think this is for Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, and we can get the answer offline. But Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, does Hope Academy have either a permitted encroachment or easement on PV Park? Don't we allow them to use some of Minneapolis Park Board land?
Commissioner Bourne, since you're willing to take that offline, I think we will move on, and I'll ask Assistant Superintendent Schroeder to follow up with you here shortly.
Thank you, President.
Moving on to the consent agenda, we have 2 items. Resolution, I think we'll move on here. Given the fact that Al does have an opportunity to provide an update on fall recreation programming later in the presentation, or in the agenda this evening. I'll ask for a motion on resolutions 2020-293 and resolution 2020-294. Do I have a motion?
So, second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Kogel. I believe it's 294, the letter of agreement. I'd like the letter of agreement pulled for discussion.
The letter of agreement has been pulled for discussion. Is there any discussion on resolution 2020-293? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on resolution 2020-293.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Again.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Kogel.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Resolution 2020-294 has been pulled for discussion. I'll ask Commissioner Bourne if he has questions.
Thank you, President Kogel. I think this is probably to Superintendent Bangora. There's not a copy of the letter of agreement that we're voting on attached to the resolution. So I do have a couple of questions before approving it. I just need a second to get to the background on this one. This letter of agreement does not impact the existing bargaining unit with AFSCME, or the existing bargaining agreement with AFSCME 5. Is that correct? This is a temporary amendment?
Director
President Hogan, Commissioner Bourne, I would turn this over to, I believe, Assistant Superintendent Barrick on this, I believe. I apologize. I lost video again, so I apologize. I'm trying to get back here with this, but is this the AFSCME, I'm sorry, this is the resolution or the LOA?
Superintendent, it seems like the Deputy Superintendent will be able to answer that question.
And my apologies, I lost video for a second,
No, it's
froze
okay.
and came back, so I do apologize.
Thank you, Superintendent.
President Kogel, Commissioner Bourne, the background contains the contents of the letter of agreement. It has items 1 through 13 that are basically the points that are articulated in the letter of agreement. This is something that sets on top of their existing collective bargaining agreement. So it doesn't fundamentally change their existing collective bargaining agreement. This particular unit wanted to focus specifically on 2020 and the impacts of wage increases in 2020 into 2021. This is part of negotiations we are have entered into, or opportunities to confer with each of our unions based on the resolution approved by the board.
AFSCME has already signed the agreement and they're waiting our signature?
AFSCME Local 9 has voted on and approved this agreement, so it's just waiting on board approval and signature.
When does the bargaining unit expire? And it's one bargaining unit for AFSCME now that covers all of these positions that are covered. I think some rec employees and patrol agents recently came under AFSCME.
President Kogel, Commissioner Bourne, we actually have 2 AFSCME collective bargaining units. One is Local 9, the other one is Local 3279. Most of our recreation professionals, our coordinator type positions, are part of 3279 versus this one.
When does this CBA expire?
This CBA expires the end of 2021.
Okay. When we go, and when does is our current contract with the Police Federation expired?
Correct.
I just want to point out that this is to my colleagues on the board, that this is the collective bargaining agreement that covers our patrol agents. And we currently have, and I think commissioners are aware of this, a situation where in budget conversations, our park police are protected by park agents. So I believe that staff would have to get direction in the negotiation of both CBAs to make sure that those two are surgically separated from each other. So one conversation about a set of employees in one bargaining unit isn't reliant on layoffs on employees in another bargaining unit. So I'm ready to approve this, but I just want to make sure that the president and the superintendent and the executive team that are negotiating those is that has been an ongoing concern of the board, that we have one set of employees that are shielded by another set of employees that are in a completely different bargaining unit. And I think that's from a day when they may have been in the same bargaining unit. So I just want to make sure that we're looking out for our folks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne.
President Hogan, I'm sorry,
yes.
I can't raise my hand.
Deputy Superintendent.
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, so there are two different collective bargaining units, but there is also civil service rules that articulates the difference between certified part-time and provisional employees, and it provides a method of layoff that supersedes collective bargaining agreements. So we would still have to follow that as well.
Is that specific to, but that's specific to all civil service employees? There's not a civil service rule that says the janitors have to be laid off before the assistant arborist, where it's job description to job description. That just relies to civil service employees in general, right?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, my understanding, and Council Rice can correct me where I'm wrong on this, is that the way this is typically interpreted is positions that somebody can backfill into. So if you're doing a position and you remove a full-time certified position, but there is a provisional or part-time position that you're qualified to do, you would have rights to those positions.
Okay. Thank you, President Cogill.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Seeing no other questions from commissioners, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2022-94.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vital.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Resolution 2022-94 carries. Moving into reports of standing committees, Chair Meyer.
Sorry. I move that the board adopt Resolution 2022-87, a resolution approving the ecological system plan.
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the ecological systems plan? Any discussion? Does anybody want a presentation? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll on the ecological systems plan. I'll also maybe just first say thank you to staff and for everybody's hard work on this substantial and expansive plan. It's great to see it pass.
Ditto.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That resolution carries unanimously.
Move resolution 2020-288, a resolution approving temporary occupancy under section 4F of the Department of Transportation Act of 1966 for the CSA H5 Franklin Avenue at Chicago Avenue, 2021 Highway Safety Improvement Project, a portion of which is within PV Park.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, questions from commissioners? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That resolution carries.
Move resolution 2020-289, a resolution approving operations and maintenance declaration for Green 4th Street in the Towerside Innovation District, a portion of which is within the park currently referred to as Towerside Park.
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion from commissioners? Is there any discussion, questions? Again, great to see this coming forward, and all the work that's been done to get the Towerside Park to happen is pretty notable and an exciting addition and improvement to that area of town. I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The resolution carries. I'll turn it over to Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Admin and Finance Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2020-290, a resolution requesting the Board of Estimate and Taxation set the maximum property tax levy for the 2021 budget at an estimated amount of $70,326,000, an increase of 1.18% to be allocated to the Park and Recreation levy in the amount of $68,911,000, and the Tree Preservation and Restoration levy in the amount of $1,415,000.
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion from commissioners on the resolution? Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. During our budget conversations leading up to the resolution tonight, there was a lot of conversation around both the city and the Minneapolis Park Board needing to tighten their belts in very difficult economic times, and I still stand behind that. Director Wiseman, are you on the call? Director Wiseman, what is the city's, what is the mayor's projected levy increase to the BET?
Director Wiseman.
President Bourne and our President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne Deputy Superintendent Ringgold, can you bring up my slides for this resolution? It's 2020-290. So I provided this overview to the Administration Finance Committee last week. If you advance the slide, the mayor provided a budget address on August the 14th. It was not a detailed budget. The detailed budget is planned to be released in September. The city is looking at 55% of their ongoing general fund revenues are garnered from sources outside of property taxes. And the city is expected to experience a $35.5 million shift in those general fund revenues. In the mayor's address, he talks about a combination of cuts and an increase to property taxes to absorb that reduction. If you advance the slide. The next slide shows, in very general terms, all of the revenues that are being impacted by the economic recession for the city, as well as the COVID impact, to the tune of about $61.1 million of reduced revenues, and they're looking to cut $100 million out of their general or their operating expenditures, which is an 8% reduction. The next slide is the 20-year neighborhood park plan. They are not, the mayor at this time is supporting the 20-year neighborhood park and street plan and is not recommending a reduction or a pause at this point. So what the mayor has recommended for property tax increases is the next slide. So you will see that the mayor is recommending an overall 5.5% property tax levy increase, a 1.18% increase for the park board, an 8.44% for the city's general fund. And again, they have a $35.5 million swing in the general fund, so they're combining an increase in property taxes with that reduction in their revenue.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. That 5.75 sounds kind of familiar. Is that, isn't that what the city's projection has been in the past for this year?
President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, I would have to go back and look. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay. So it looks like very similar to last year, the city is having a windfall from a few different funds, is still proposing, at least this year, it's not a double-digit increase to the general fund. I think it was a double-digit increase last year. And our 1.18% off of the mayor's 8.44 is what helps bring down this average to 5.75. Is there, can you go back to the long-term liability reduction on the city's budget? I think it was back like two more. There we go.
The long-term liabilities proceeds are increasing by $16 million.
Can you give me an example of what some of those are?
Sales taxes and others are decreasing by 81 million.
Okay. Can you give me an example of what some of those long-term liabilities are?
I am not an expert on the city of Minneapolis budget, so I would have to get that information for you.
This is concerning, and I appreciate, Director Wiseman, I appreciate you earnestly going into this work and our executive team earnestly going into this work and following this board's direction to work along with the city to look at some hard choices that we would have to make. It looks like there's a lot of hard choices on the park board, and maybe the city didn't, or the mayor didn't as earnestly go through this exercise. I don't think we should be putting an increased burden on people in the heart of a recession, but I don't know if I could in good conscience vote for a levy increase that is so criminally off from the mayor's proposed levy increase without some sort of conversation. I mean, that barely, I'm assuming the commons is still a line item, but if our levy is that much lower than the commons, I mean, it's one of my, I was speaking to somebody a few weeks ago, and it's hard to look at this as anything but a layoff budget. And when I look at a 5.75 request from the mayor, when our 1.18 is helping him bring that average down, there doesn't seem to be a lot of equity in that. And as we've had to deal with more failures of other local government this year than I think we have in any other years, with the work that we're doing in our with the homeless encampments. I just don't know if I can support this, but I did also join in the chorus of giving some direction for some lower numbers. So I think I'll be abstaining on this vote, and President Cogill, maybe figure out what you can at the Board of Estimate and Taxation to get a more equitable outcome for the park board and the city.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle.
President Cogill.
Yes, Director Wiseman.
Thank you. One thing that I would just, President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, one thing that I would like to just point out is the city of Minneapolis is looking at a $100 million reduction in operating expenses. That equates to 8%. If Deputy Ringgold could go down to slide 10, please. With our 1.9% increase to our general fund, we are going to have a reduction budget. That is true. We have the current service level that is lower than there's a property tax levy that is increased that's lower than our current service level. So with COVID and with the recession, we are looking at a $6.2 million reduction. That is about a 7% reduction. So when we're looking at our general fund reduction, we are looking at about the same level of a reduction. We're slightly better than what the city is facing at this point.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. I'll just say, seeing no other comments at this point, when we initially had budget discussions, it was pretty loud and clear that we wanted a lower levy amount, and there wasn't any direction at the time about the equitability of that levy amount relative to what the mayor was proposing to for the city of Minneapolis. In addition, I'd remind commissioners that the conditions under which we were operating at that time did not at all foresee the incredible changes that we have seen in this city that have impacted city budgets, not just in terms of the pandemic and the additional kind of federal mismanagement and ongoing issues regarding that pandemic, but also the civil unrest, also the housing crisis. I would say overall that the mayor's proposed budget and the levy amount of 1.18% is certainly going to be difficult, but looking at what the city is having to deal with themselves with major lost revenues, I don't think that it's at all unfair, and in fact I feel like the city has worked pretty well with us in this process overall, and given what the direction was from commissioners, I don't see how there could be any difference in this sort of like last minute demand for some sort of, I'm not really even sure what the equitability would be. I guess I would ask for some additional clarification on what that looks like. I think that we're in a place that it's going to be a difficult year, and the superintendent has his work cut out for him on developing that 2021 budget. But we are in a position of being able to have a levy increase that I think is certainly not generous, but I think that it's working collaboratively with the board. So that said, I see that for the second time Commissioner Bourne has his hand raised. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. In working in partnership with the city, I'm just baffled how any member of this board could see equity in what is proposed by the mayor right now. And very similar to some of the comments that were brought up around the homeless encampment, the board put forward some direction and saw some radical changes. And these are some radical changes, and we're looking at a city general fund increase of 9% this year, in the double digits last year. And again, where park users are paying for this 5.75 number not to look like 6, or not to look like 6.5. In previous years, when both levy numbers were similar, we were also similar in levy percentages. So I would encourage our representative on the BET to understand those percentages and how much we are carrying the city's levy on this one. And I also have some concerns or questions.
Commissioner Bourne, if you could wrap up.
I will, thank you, President Cogill. A commitment to continuing to fund NPP 20 when the city has the ability to pause that in an emergency, which at the beginning of every meeting we say the city is in an emergency. This will only, continuing to fund NPP 20 while having a layoff budget will only compound deferred maintenance issues that NPP 20 was designed to help overcome, and that I put a lot of work in to help overcome, and Commissioner Forney put a lot of work in to help overcome. So I would hope that if the mayor is willing to fund that dollar amount, that we would tell him that our tradespeople that maintain our things are more important than new things right now, and our rec center directors that are out on the front lines every day are more important right now than building a new thing that we won't be able to take care of under the mayor's proposed levy increase for us. So this will be an interesting conversation going in the next couple of months, but thank you for your work on the Board of Estimate and Taxation, President Cogill. We can have a conversation offline of what I think the layperson would consider a more equitable agreement with between the park board levy and the city levy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. In listening to Commissioner Bourne, I'm a little perplexed as to whether he is requesting the levy that we have to vote on tonight to go up or down. I'm thinking and saying it should go up since the city is higher, and you know, I described it as a layoff budget, which I would not support. If Commissioner Bourne has a higher number that you would like to put out there, I would vote for it. Otherwise, I'll vote for it as it is.
Are there any more commissioner comments? Director Wiseman, do you have a clarification to provide?
Yes, thank you. Deputy Superintendent Ringo, can you put that slide back up that you had? I just wanted to address President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, the comments around the neighborhood park plan. The neighborhood park plan on the capital side, the $10.5 million net debt bonding side, actually includes our neighborhood park rehabilitation. So the neighborhood park rehabilitation program, if it was paused, would impact these 20 full-time employees. So in fact, it would, if MPP 20 was paused or reduced, we would be furloughing or laying off trade personnel, planning personnel, asset management, et cetera. So there are positions that are directly tied to the neighborhood park plan funding. We increased our trade workforce in order to be able to do the rehabilitation that was a part of the neighborhood park plan.
Thank you, Director Wiseman.
Point of inquiry, President Cogill?
Yes.
Thank you, President Cogill. Director Wiseman, out of that 10.5 million, how much of that is staff and how much of that is capital?
President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but it's around, I believe, $750,000 or $800,000 that's staff related.
So south of $1 million out of north of 10 million is staff. So
correct. Correct.
The city would have the authority, if I'm reading the ordinance correct.
Point of inquiry.
If I am reading the ordinance correct, would the city have the ability to do a partial postponement of NPP 20? They do not have to fund the full amount, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, President Cogill. So my
Thank
last.
you, Commissioner Bourne. I would ask if you have additional questions to direct them to Director Wiseman.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there a need for a second? Is there a second? Is there a second to calling the question? Is there a second? Seeing none.
No one else has their hand raised, so you can just call it.
I believe I'm still within my point of inquiry.
Okay, Commissioner Bourne, if you have one last question.
It's a point of inquiry. So if there's $750,000 dedicated towards staff and about $9+ million for capital, could we ask the city to fund the $750,000 in staffing and increase our general operating for an amount of time and reduce that $9 million for capital to transfer to operations for a year?
Director Wiseman, do you have a response to that?
President Cogill and Commissioner Bourne, I suppose anything is possible. I don't see the city or the mayor at this point having those type of conversations at all.
Council Rice, did you have a comment?
Just a quick question. Director Wiseman, do you notice the mayor planning on bonding for the NPP 20 program as opposed to providing cash next year? The reason I have that question, if they bond for it and with interest rates low, they're really not, the cash payments to repay the debt may not be that great, and there may not be that much money available. So let's say you were, with interest rates low, if they bond for that, most of this money is probably.
Council Rice, can you put your microphone on, please?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My question was to Director Wiseman, if she knew, does the mayor's budget contemplate the NPP 20 being funded by cash or funded by bonds?
President Cogill and Council Rice, we do not have a line item detailed budget from the mayor as of this point. Their plan is to have the line item budget available by the end of September due to COVID and their need to do a revised 2020 budget at the city. The ordinance does allow for the city to decide what funding source they use for the neighborhood park plan. So in a reduction type environment, they could potentially use cash reserves to fund NCP 20 for 1 year. Again, I'm not an expert on city finances, and I know that they are experiencing very large deficits and are using cash reserves due to the COVID and the civil unrest and the other things that they're experiencing over at the city at this point.
Thank you, Council Rice and Director Wiseman. Seeing no other hands raised, I'll ask the Secretary to take the roll on Resolution 2020-290.
Commissioner Bourne,
I will abstain.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Abstain.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Abstain.
Commissioner French,
Okay.
Commissioner French, I'm just checking to see if I can see your camera.
Abstain. I'm sorry, abstain.
Yep, thank you. Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes, 4 abstain.
The resolution carries.
I'd like to move Resolution 2020-291, a resolution approving lease agreement with Take Action Minnesota Education Fund leasing commercial space at 1828 Marshall Street Northeast, Suite Number 16, located within the Above the Falls Regional Park for a term of 6 months, effective September 15th, 2020.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
I'll be recusing myself.
Let the record show that Commissioner French will be recusing himself from the vote on Resolution 2020-291. Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the Secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne. Aye. Commissioner Bourne indicated aye. My mic was off. My apology. Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
President Vita,
Vice President Vito, aye.
I'm sorry, Vice President Vita. President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 recused.
I'd like to move Resolution 2020-292, a resolution approving lease agreement with Jamie Ross, leasing commercial space at 1828 Marshall Street Northeast, suite number 3A, located within the Above the Falls Regional Park for a term of 1 year, effective September 15th, 2020.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Just echoing my thoughts from our previous meeting and the highest and best use of some of these spaces. This is an art studio that again has a roof, heat, air conditioning, and we have folks living in tents in our parks, and we're saying that we're trying to do something more humane for them. Art's very important. My undergrad is in fine arts, but in the hierarchy of needs, I think the Take Action lease that I just supported is very different because they're working to alleviate some of the barriers that our homeless and highly mobile community face, and especially with dealing with the Minneapolis Park Board. I don't know if an art studio right now is our highest and best use of this space when there are so many unsheltered folks and there are so many ideas flowing from commissioners how to volunteer either other entities' real estate or some of our own real estate towards housing folks. So I will not be supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other commissioners who want to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll say that I appreciate the concern that Commissioner Bourne has. I think having a single lease in a single space in a single building is not at all substantially addressing the issue of supporting our unhoused neighbors, not nearly as much as previous resolutions this summer, certainly, and would really look to me like tokenism, and I would be really concerned if we did that. I would be happy to have conversations with commissioners and other levels of government, which I have had in the past, about comprehensive methods for addressing this issue, but one-off lease rejections in the name of housing an individual single person seems to me like grandstanding and really not addressing the issue at all. Do we have any other comments? Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I feel compelled to respond to that. The way, yes, we require systemic change and addressing of systemic failures of every body of government, but we also solve this solution one roof at a time and one shelter at a time and one meal at a time when bodies of government fail. President Cogill, I hope you would come to Brackett Park with me tonight or in the next several days and tell one person that we could have given a roof to tonight that we thought it was tokenism to give them a roof because an art studio was more important than a roof over their head in the interim. So I appreciate a difference in policy, but saying that we can't make an impact one roof at a time and one shingle at a time and one nail at a time demonstrates a very cavalier attitude towards some of our most vulnerable members of our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any more questions or concerns from commissioners? Again, would just echo the opportunity for all commissioners, including Commissioner Bourne, to be part of collaborative solutions with every member of our community that is working towards solutions for the unhoused. I have not seen Commissioner Bourne show interest in any of those conversations, but it seems like he may be in the future, so I look forward to that. I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 292.
Commissioner Bourne,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
He said aye.
I know, I can't see him though.
Oh,
Here we go.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 nay.
The resolution carries. Moving on to unfinished business, we have 2 discussion items here. The first is a discussion item pertaining to the draft Hiawatha Golf Course Area Master Plan update. And I believe we have Mr. Pedersen here to lead us through that discussion item. I will turn it over to him.
Yes, that's the correct one. All right, thank you. My name is Tyler Pedersen. I'm the design project manager for this project. Good evening, President Cogill and commissioners. Tonight I'll be presenting the draft master plan for the Hiawatha Golf Course area. We've come a long way since the flood of 2014. Next slide. Tonight I'll be focusing on how we got here, the key components of the plan, community engagement thus far, balancing ecology, golf, and history, what the plan accomplishes, and some of the plan's critiques. Next slide, please. So how did we get here? The site flooded in 2014, causing the course to close. The front 9 was open in the fall of 2014 and the back 9 the following spring. We've been planning ever since. Planning paused in September of 2015 when we learned the course was being dewatered at a rate of 263 million gallons per year, and it's now estimated at over 400 million gallons per year. The pumps were designed to transfer stormwater, not groundwater. A water management study produced several water management alternatives, including various alternatives that looked at no pumping, reduced pumping, and continued pumping at current rates. From that study, and chosen by the MPRB, city, and watershed staff, water management alternative B was approved in August of 2017 and clarified in October of 2017 by the board. Master planning resumed in March of 2018. The CAC requested clarification from the board, and the board affirmed the direction in July of 2018. 3 concepts were created in March of 2019. A preferred alternative was created in April of 2020. And now, the draft master plan was released for public comment. Next slide. Here's a more detailed look at phase 1 and 2 timeline up to 2018. There's a lot to see here, a lot to read, but it is important to understand kind of the process and the timeline that we've gone through. And these are all located on the Hiawatha Golf Course project page. Next slide. And here's a look at more recent master planning timeline from 2018 to today. Next slide, please. Highlights of the timeline. There have been 9 public meetings during phase 1 and phase 2 of 2018. 1 neighbor-specific meeting regarding basements, plus on-site measuring of several basements. Dozens of email updates between 2014 and 2020. 7 CAC meetings during the master planning effort. 10 focus session open houses.
4 surveys and a general comment form, hundreds of handwritten and emailed comments, and several in-person meetings. And a video presentation of the plan that was viewed by more than 2,700 people. Next slide, please. The CAC and the design team developed a vision and guiding principles for the project to ensure the outcomes met the community and organization needs. Hiawatha Golf Course area is unique. The Hiawatha Golf Course area is a unique destination providing a welcoming and equitable park experience for both the surrounding community and neighborhood and regional park users that is ecologically responsible, addresses water management needs, and is respectful of the site's natural and cultural history. Park development will have a long-term focus for year-round passive and active recreation, where golf and other recreation will interface with ecology and art to provide a more flood-resilient design that is accessible, connected, and celebrates the spirit of Minneapolis. Next slide, please. So we took a cue from the overall Nokomis-Hiawatha Regional Parks Master Plan and split keywords and phrases into 4 categories for balance and simple integration between the plans. And as you know, this master plan that you're seeing right now is an amendment into the Regional Park Master Plan. These 4 categories set the stage for the guiding principles. Next slide, please. Under natural resources, we've got honoring water, flood resiliency, protection of homes, reduction of flooding impacts and trash, enhancing ecology, improving water quality, and reused pump water. Next slide. Under community and equity, we've got creation of equitable experiences, celebration of history, sustainability, reduction of barriers, and minimizing impacts to our neighbors. Next slide, please. Under recreation, we've got envision golf as a central activity, provide golf learning opportunities, diversify recreation and create unique experiences, and enhance gathering spaces. Next slide. Under connectivity and circulation, we want to create connections, create cohesive and complementary solutions, and reduce barriers and increase access. These are our goals for the project, and they are ambitious. Next slide, please. The CAC, after 2 long meetings, settled and voted on the following prioritized elements. They're reflected in the draft master plan and communications leading up to its release a few weeks back. A few of the top elements are protect homes from groundwater intrusion, provide pollution mitigation, maintain the First Tee program, ensure more purposeful integration and presence of African American Indigenous history, art, and culture, include stormwater best management practices, and balance natural and recreation spaces with appropriate plantings. Next slide, please. One of the priorities that was not met was to provide a plan to retain 18-hole golf course with alternative ways to reduce pumping. Flood resilient and ecologically driven 18-hole golf course cannot fit within the site. Elevating 18 holes above the elevation of the lake will reduce floodplain volumes and push floodwaters to the next lowest areas, that being our next door neighbors. Next slide, please. Key components of the plan. It's got a built-in flood resiliency and quicker recovery. All elements are ecologically driven. There's 9 holes of golf, a learning center, a new community building, a new clubhouse, and a lake house. Connectivity within the park and to the neighborhood. Ecologically and environmentally, it's responsive design. It strives to restore the ecological function of Rice Lake while balancing recreational activities, including golf and the history of golfers at Hiawatha Golf Course. And it includes 9 experiences throughout the property. Next slide, please. And I'll just touch on these 9 experiences real quick here. They are curated to enrich the visitors' time in the park and tell the cultural and natural histories of the site and of course, attract visitors. They can be as simple as a work of art or as complex as interweaving partnerships with the community into the site to enhance, heal, and support visitors. Next slide, please. The 9 experiences are stormwater terrace, pumping as a resource, all are welcome, a place to learn, island respite, telling our story, connection to water, urban nature, and celebrating Minnehaha Creek. Next slide, please. So what does the plan accomplish? It balances ecology, recreation, and history. It promotes ecological sustainability and financial sustainability, and it minimizes risk. Next slide, please. The original design of the site dominated nature. Theodore Wirth dredged Rice Lake, placing 1.25 million cubic yards of dredged material over a wetland and created new land where he situated the golf course. Nature has been reclaiming the site as fill material subsides and wet weather continues. The photo below from 1922 is of the site looking from Cedar Avenue and Minnehaha Boulevard from where, about where the Caribou Coffee is now. And as you can see, it's a wetland. Next slide, please. Redesigning the course for 9 holes and learning facilities supports the growth of the sport. The course orients to the introduction of new players to the sport. It introduces golfers to a balanced park experience. Significant areas are reshaped for nature and habitat. 9 holes also recognizes the more limited amount of time people have to play, recognizing trends the golf industry is adjusting to. Like the game is too expensive, it takes too long to play, or it's simply too hard. Next slide, please. Hiawatha's history of supporting people of color is significant. It brought the game of golf and its camaraderie to many people unwelcome in so many other spaces. The area is part of Dakota history. It is Bedote. Treaties were erased and Dakota were violently pushed from their homeland, but they are still here. Next slide, please. Many folks have asked how we're going to pay for this. And like all other large MPRB endeavors like Waterworks, Halls Island, Upper Harbor Terminal, and the Trailhead, it will take multiple sources, time, and of course partnerships. Partnerships are key components of this plan's success. Next slide, please. Costs are split into categories based on funding sources and construction. Total cost for the entire project, including design, engineering, and contingencies, is about $43 million. Next slide, please. Operations and maintenance costs are yearly and generally come out even. Some operational costs not borne from day one or will take time to mature to the level of the estimate. Next slide, please. So some key takeaways here for the costs. There are many ways to pay for these improvements. It'll take creativity. Budget categories and enterprise fund are run like a business. Net revenues are put back into the fund or reinvested in the operation. This plan is a starting point. Implementation will be incremental. And water from the 114,000 acre watershed flows through the golf course site. Local and regional partnerships are required for its success. And addressing some of the public comments earlier this evening, this is following the same master planning directive or procedure as all other master plans. Certainly we don't have $43 million right away before we plan something. Next slide, please. The last thing I'd like to talk about are some of the common critiques of the master plan. Maybe you've heard some of these already. The first one, keeping 18 holes protects homes from flooding. Pumping vast quantities of groundwater to dewater the golf course has the byproduct of lowering groundwater elevations below most people's homes' bases. The golf course and the pumping were not intended to protect homes. On the second here, an 18-hole golf course will better support the growth of golf as a sport, especially among people of color. An 18-hole golf course may enable more realistic competitive practice, certainly. However, 9 holes may also help introduce new players to the course in an unintimidating way. There are other 18-hole options that exist in the NPR park system. Third one, the master plan raises the floodplain or fills the floodplain. The master plan modifies the topography of the site with the intent to preserve floodplain storage volumes and not raise the floodplain elevation. How does this plan reduce phosphorus? The watershed north of the golf course is currently untreated and loads sediment into Lake Hiawatha. Phosphorus can be removed by adding a wetland between pollution sources and Lake Hiawatha. The proposed wetlands and open water area will be designed to capture pollutants and clean water before entering the lake. Next slide, please. Why is Hiawatha the dumping ground for the watershed? Excess water is being dumped into Lake Hiawatha. Lake Hiawatha is located along Minnehaha Creek. It is a natural low point for water to flow. Additional water is not being routed or proposed to be routed to this location. The MPRB is interested in selling water storage. Wetland credits are a common mechanism to fund wetland improvements. The master plan as proposed provides an opportunity to investigate if wetland crediting can be part of the project and means to help fund the project. You are spending too much money. Funding sources are identified generally but not secured. Approval of this master plan is the catalyst to secure that funding. Divert the water or lower the lake elevation. Over 1 billion cubic feet, that's 7.5 billion gallons of water flows through the site annually. Massive regional sanitary sewers and other downstream utilities impede the lowering of the elevation of the creek and the lake to an elevation that would significantly reduce the need for pumping. Diverting this water or lowering the creek elevation was explored and found to be cost prohibitive. Next slide, please. Thank you for listening. I really appreciate it. Please check out the project page and take a look at the video we produced earlier this spring. It's much more comprehensive than I could cram in today. I will take questions if you have any.
Thank you, Tyler, for the presentation and for being efficient with it. It's greatly appreciated. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I think this is to Director Wiseman if Assistant Superintendent Cox or Director Humphrey aren't here, but do we have any 9-hole golf courses that generate the same amount of revenue as 18-hole courses?
Commissioner Bourne, I am sorry, I can't answer that with any certainty, but if you give me a few minutes, I can maybe put that in the chat.
Okay, I'll wait for the answer if you want to go to somebody else, President Cogill.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other questions, comments, or thoughts from commissioners? Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. I appreciate the thoroughness of the presentation this evening. Tyler, it's been a long path to getting here, and it's been, it hasn't been easy, and people haven't always been particularly kind in the way that they deliver their comments, and I just wanted to take a moment while we're waiting for someone to answer Commissioner from the 6th District's question. Just thank you for the time and energy that you've put into stewarding this project to the point we're at now. It's been a really heavy lift, and you've done it with grace and dignity and listened to everyone, no matter how hyped up they got. So I just want to say thank you for the way that you've helped make this be as smooth as it possibly can be, to get us to a place where we have a game plan for moving forward in an area of the park system that just was not designed in a way to weather, the changes in our climate, and the changes in the way that water is managed within the metro area. So thank you for that time, and it's like Therese might be able to answer the question now. So I'll be done. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Bourne, the short answer is no, we do not.
Thank you. Can I reclaim my time?
Certainly, Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Mr. Peterson, I stepped out for a second, so I apologize if you already went over this, but we keep saying nothing's going to happen overnight, but what is a timeline for implementation of phase 1?
Commissioner Bourne, President Cogill, this is Michael Schroeder, and I am going to step into this. When we started this process, we were in serious negotiations with the DNR because of our lack of compliance with the groundwater appropriations permit, essentially a permit to dewater. When we started this process, they asked us to be reporting annually on a 5-year basis, up to 5 years, reporting incrementally on our progress towards a first stage. Through the master plan, we haven't defined what a first stage is, but as this master plan advances, if it advances, we'll be reporting to the DNR that we have an approved master plan, and our next step would be defining a first stage of implementation. At this point, we don't know what that is, but we have talked about 5 years to the point where we started the master plan with the DNR.
5 years from when we approved the master plan, so 5 years from now?
5 years from when we started the master planning process. We are in the midst of that 5-year window.
Okay. So we might be a couple years out from some significant changes, which really means that if this is approved in its form, which I'm not advocating for or against right now, that means that very, very soon this will start to monopolize some of our legislative asks and some of our intergovernment relations and some of our political capital, where we might be looking to, again, I thought that this board agreed that our campaign for youth was one of our highest priorities. So, I mean, this is a Herculean lift and a Herculean ask. So I would just want to make sure that while this is something that we may support, that we're very realistic about the amount of intellectual capital that we have. And I'm a little bit nervous that in a couple of months, we might see some revisions to our CIP that starts putting some significant changes to this course sooner than I think the public is anticipating, in a time when Hiawatha is just starting to prove again the revenue generating capabilities that it has. And in a time where our revenues are down, I never thought I would say this, but we've really relied on golf, and I'm really glad golf has been here this year. Otherwise, we'd probably be looking at some more layoffs. But so I don't need a response, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. That's more for my colleagues to think about as what is the opportunity cost based on the timetable that we're going to move forward with this plan, if we move forward with this plan in this iteration. 43 million, even in stage increments, is a lot to ask. I sure would like to be asking for $43 million at the legislature for youth violence reduction, for homeless and highly mobile mitigation, for better partnerships with the Minneapolis Public Schools. And we only do have a finite amount of political capital to spend at the legislature. So I would ask my colleagues to remember that as we're moving forward with timelines.
President Cogill, I'd like to just clarify one thing. We're responsible for reporting to the DNR every year through that 5-year period, regardless of whether we have a master plan or not.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne, and thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, for the clarification. I'll say I am surprised that Commissioner Bourne is unsure of being for or against the plan at this point. We've been debating this issue for longer than I have been on the park board. And I would also say that any allocation of dollars towards a master plan would have to come through this board and be considered at those times. This is just the plan that would set out a vision for the site, and that money has already been spent, and if there was any opportunity to stop that process and not spend that money in the first place, it would have happened a couple of years ago. But here we are, having done a substantial amount of community engagement, and it behooves us to consider and vote upon the question at hand, why we're having this discussion item right now. It behooves us to consider the master plan that has gone through so much community engagement, and it would be a real shame to see the voices of so many community members be completely disregarded after a very long and in-depth process. The question of timeline and investment is certainly one that we need to consider and weigh with the many different needs of our system, but that's not the question at hand right now. The question is the master plan. Commissioner Musich for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, we embarked on this master planning process with a agreement in place between a memorandum of understanding and then a following agreement with the watershed district, Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, and the city of Minneapolis. And at the time that we adopted that agreement, I believe part of the reason we did so is because both of those other entities saw a value in addressing ongoing issues with water management under all three of our jurisdictions. Is that an accurate statement?
Commissioner Musich and President Cogill, that's absolutely correct. In fact, particularly in the city of Minneapolis, the improvements that are framed in this master plan significantly improve the function of their infrastructure, serving an area that reaches all the way to Lake Street. It's about a 900-acre area that has problems with water, stormwater, and some of the improvements we have proposed would be fully supported and probably implemented directly by Public Works as they look to solve problems that are aligned with our master plan.
So we're not only increasing resiliency on parkland for the ability for people to recreate in this space on an ongoing basis, but we are also increasing resiliency for the city as a whole in terms of addressing flash flooding issues further up the pipe shed.
Mr. Musich, that's exactly right.
Okay, and if you'll just entertain one more comment from me, President Cogill, I hear my time is up. How much revenue can the golf course produce when it's underwater for months at a time during the golf season?
Commissioner Musich and President Cogill, that's a very fair question. The bulk of the golf course today, or a significant portion of it, lies within the 10-year floodplain, meaning it has a 1 in 10 chance of flooding every year. And during those times, it can produce no revenue. Part of our goal here was to produce a more flood resilient. We had actually set out to see if we couldn't provide a flood resistant golf course. We can't do that with the limitations we have on the floodplain. But we can certainly make a golf course that is more flood resilient, meaning it floods less often, and when it does flood, the waters recede more quickly from the areas of critical play. And in addition, positioning the high value golf course assets at elevations that would remain above the floodplain elevation.
Okay, so in implementing the master plan that is before the board, we would be increasing the playable days of the course in high rainfall years versus the current condition.
So, Commissioner Musich, I would suggest that that would be true in even low rainfall years, but because of the potential of the flooding on the 10-year flood event.
And how many times has the golf course berm been overtopped while we've been master planning this site?
I don't actually, Mr. Musich, President Koval, I don't know the actual number of times. It has overtopped several times. It has come close many times. It's actually, waters from the creek have actually flowed backwards into the golf course. And in fact, the pumps themselves that are intended to remove stormwater, but by a byproduct remove groundwater to an amount significantly more than 400 million gallons a year, have actually failed several times, at least 2 or 3 times during our master planning process.
Okay, and
Commissioner Musich, if you could
how
wrap it
many,
up, please.
I have one, this is my last question. How many days or weeks does it take to pump the course dry in its current condition when it floods like it did in 2014?
Commissioner Musich, President Koval, I don't actually know how long it takes to pump it dry. I know in the opposite direction that we raised the water elevations by more than a foot in about 90 hours if we turn the pumps off. So if without the pumps it floods quickly. I imagine that the time to remove that water through pumping is actually significantly greater than the inflow from groundwater.
Okay, thank you for the additional context around how we're trying to improve this site to allow golf to continue in this space, even under the conditions caused by climate change. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, President Colville. I can tell you that I most certainly won't be supporting this when the time comes to vote, and I would encourage my fellow colleagues to do the same. I don't really like the words that are being used tonight or the language. There's a 1 in 10 chance that that course will flood. So I equate that to a 10% chance. Would you say that's correct, Mr. Schroeder?
No, Mr. Severson, that's not correct. It has a 1 in 10 chance every year of suffering a flood that would overtop the berm.
Okay, so it's a 10% chance, right?
A 10% chance every year, and there's actually the potential for a more than one 10-year event to happen in a year.
Thank you. So a 10% chance. I also don't like the words that President Cogill just used, that we're not listening to the voices of everyone. You're most certainly right, President Cogill, we're not. There's quite a few people who showed up in opposition of this. So it's frustrating how some of my colleagues and some of our staff try to portray this, and it's a concern of mine. I wonder if we brought in a different golf course designer and asked them to design a course with the current acreage that's available, what they could come up with. I can most certainly feel comfortable saying that they could probably come up with something unique and something that might work. So like I said, this conversation around golf is very frustrating because, again, I don't fully trust that we are fully behind in supporting our courses, which can generate a substantial amount of revenue. By the way, a substantial amount of revenue that has been taken out of our golf course in previous years or out of the funds, and of course our courses weren't supported or can't be supported now because the dollars were already taken. Another frustration I have is we have holes in some roofs and some repairs that are still, this is my 3rd year on the board, the holes are still in some of these roofs and some of, at Theater Work particularly, just because it's in my district, that have not been addressed or fixed. It's frustrating that we think we can move more forward with something that costs this much without repairing stuff that we currently have. So again, I would encourage commissioners to look broader into this, and maybe we just need to start over. Thank you, President Kobe.
Thank you,
President Kobe, may I respond to that briefly? Because I think it's important. The board charge for us was to come up with an ecologically driven and flood resilient course design. Without those parameters, there certainly are any number of different golf course configurations that could happen. When you layer in flood resiliency, it significantly limits the ability to place 18 holes in a condition that would be playable for a significant portion of the year based on the hydrology that we understand from a significant investigation that happened before the master plan was initiated.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for chiming in, but again, if we understand that you're saying you have parameters, but again, if we brought in another golf design company to see what they could come up with, I'm sure it would be something just as interesting and maybe captivating as what you have put in front of us.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I also don't want it to escape that I think the entire board is appreciative of the amount of work that staff have put into this plan over years and years and years. I am surprised that the president is surprised that any commissioners have any reservations or want to do anything less than seriously contemplate one of the biggest capital projects in the history of the park board. In my time sitting on this board, I've seen some of the folks that are up here on the dais make 180-degree changes in position during election years on this specific item, and just kind of threw their finger up in the air to see which way it was blowing that day. So I think it does make sense to have some serious contemplation around this. There have also been a lot of requests from folks in our legislative delegations to do some additional work and additional research. I know Representative Wagenius has asked that we take a holistic look at the floodplains in the city of Minneapolis, and even tonight, we're not doing that. We have a plan for Hiawatha for stormwater mitigation. We have a plan for Columbia. Why it's amazing to me, and one has funding available and one doesn't. It's amazing to me that we're looking at something that lends itself so well to a comprehensive solution, that we're looking at these things so piecemeal and in such one-offs, that I think we might be. I think the work that's been done so far is great, but I'm a little concerned that we're really missing some opportunities to take a holistic view of recreation and environmental stewardship for the next 100 years. And it just seems like we're doing these one-offs based on which way the political wind happens to be blowing that day. So I would like to continue to seriously contemplate this to make sure that we make the right and the best decision for the Minneapolis Park Board and the people of Minneapolis.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Musich, I believe you've spoken twice already. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is the case. I'd like to continue to move on here. I'll just say I hope that any commissioners who haven't spoken would weigh in some capacity, as this is, I think, an important item. I would say that it's critical that we move forward in considering and voting on the draft golf course area master plan. I understand that some commissioners may want to put their finger to the wind, but I think that there is demonstrable evidence for why a change needs to happen at Hiawatha, and I do see the rigorous work that our staff has done, both with the community and with the technical analysis, to get us to a point where we have the data in hand to understand and make an informed decision on that site. I also would just say that, this golf course is close to many of us. It's an important space, and personally, as somebody who went to South High, some of my closest friends have golfed here since they were 5 years old. I've golfed here a few times very poorly, and I understand that it's a coveted site. And what I see with this plan, though I still certainly have some questions, is a real noble attempt to balance the history of the site and the continued play of golf with the just straightforward realities of our many water issues. So I appreciate the staff work, and I look forward to weighing in on an action item. Seeing no other questions or comments, I'll move on here to the fall recreation programming discussion item. Assistant Superintendent Cox, you're welcome to take it away.
Thank you, President Cogill. Good evening again, Commissioners. I have just a few slides to talk to you tonight about what we can expect for fall programming in recreation. But before I do that, I want to talk a bit about what we saw this summer. I don't need to remind everybody of what challenges we all faced this summer with COVID. I am really proud of what we were able to provide for the community. In spite of COVID, I think of this as making lemonade out of lemons. It was really tough, but we found some cool things to do that was both safe and interesting and of value to the community we serve. So I'll take a little bit of a pause. Are we not seeing my slide deck?
Assistant Superintendent Cox, I'm not seeing it. Unless it's under a name I'm not expecting.
Is there a chance that I can share, or does that not work?
Maybe it's just here. Is it just sitting, it wasn't in?
That's the one.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, this is a little bit of a snapshot of us making lemonade out of a really, really challenging season. And so we started to think about summer recreation, around April, when we were starting to open a few things back up very carefully and as allowed by local government. So with that said, we were able to employ about we offer more than 470 youth programs and activities across the city. I don't want to give the impression that it's 470 unique activities. Some of them were offered multiple times over a variety of cities in different locations. And I say more than because this does not include things like pop-up parks, it does not include Get on the Bus, it does not include Rec Plus. And so there's a variety of things that happened over the summer that we got really big response to. We have more than 4,200 ambassadorships. That's staff out talking to the community, connecting with them, reminding them to be safe and distant from each other while they're enjoying the spaces. We hired more than 365 youth employees, and remember, our definition of youth are 14 to 24, and that is across the organization, so that is not just teamwork, but that is really a nod to the organization's commitment to and hiring young people where we could. We worked hard to find meaningful work for people to do that gave them experiences and put some money in their pockets. So I think given the cards we had, we did a really good job with that. I also want to note that we secured $750,000 in Save the Summer grant funding, which allowed us to expand some of the things that we were doing in terms of programming that met COVID, that adhered to COVID guidelines. And so that helped offset some of the costs that would have been really kind of insurmountable if we had to pay for them out of our pocket, i.e. Paying for some of the attendance at wading pools. Wading pool attendants made sure that the pools didn't get overcrowded with a number of people and made sure that people stayed distant and safe and all of that. And that was a new expense for us. And also during this time, we really dug deep in developing and or deepening some existing relationships that we have. We worked with partners differently than we have before because we were all kind of finding ways to, what can we do that we haven't done in the past? And again, create meaningful experiences for young people. Next slide, please. So, fall programming, what will fall look like for us? Next slide. So you may have heard me say in earlier presentations that in the fall that we were going to focus on our bookend communities. We were going to really kind of double down on young people and on older people. And after further reflection, we realized that may not be the most prudent thing to do, given that our senior community is still medically vulnerable. They may not be interested in taking social risk in the ways that some other people are. And we didn't have a kind of a scientific way of understanding what they were interested in this time. And so we decided to focus on just young people until we understand more about COVID-19 behavioral changes. And also the directives and guidance from local and national government. So our areas of focus will fulfill the interests of the board, the goals of the superintendent, and be responsive to the needs of young people. So we will concentrate on youth programs, and that will include, but not completely exhaust, pre-K, Rec Plus, Team Teamwork, Night Owl, Fall Athletics, which will just be flag football, soccer, and competitive swimming, which you'll hear a bit more about each of those later in the presentation, and some youth employment. Next slide. So rec centers. We will be opening a select number of rec centers, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. So there will be 33 rec centers open. We'll talk about which one. And they will be staffed by 46 recreation supervisors, 34 front desk staff, and 11 youth program specialists, which are the youth line folks. And that's significant because I will talk later about how thinly staffed we will be. We will be running this pretty tightly, throughout the rest of the season, making sure again that there's meaningful work for everyone. Next slide. So this is a list, and hopefully you can see this pretty well, of the rec centers that will be open in each of the service areas. The ones with the asterisk denotes the ones that have Rec Plus. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we will be staffed pretty thinly, and I'm going to be charging the recreation staff to do work that they haven't traditionally done before. So our rec center, our rec directors, as they've been previously titled, will go back to doing program development and doing some direct service. They'll be delivering programs themselves in ways that they haven't done in the recent past. They will also be responsible for being game attendants. We're not hiring co-aides to do boarding game attendance. They will be Rec Plus substitutes. And they will, as I said, will be developing structure for it. Next slide. Youth development. Next slide, please. So the anchor programs for the youth development department will be the ones listed in front of you. Rec Plus, Team Teamwork, Pop-Up Park, Street Reach, Language Village. We don't talk a lot about Language Village, but it's really an interesting program that gives kids some insights into the cultures that are around them, who their neighbors are, and how to understand the people that work and go to school with them in their communities, and perhaps kind of around the world, communities that they aren't as exposed to. So that department will be focused on those programs. Next slide. Next slide, please. The focus areas of the aquatics and athletics will be youth sports, and you heard me talk about flag football and soccer. Those will be the only ones operating this fall. And then they will be focused on facility permits and rentals, ice arenas, and youth swimming. I'll talk a little bit about youth swimming in the next slide. So we really, we spent some time trying to understand what we could or should be doing with the school, and I think we came up with something that works both for the initiatives that we have and serve our Minneapolis Public Schools partner pretty well. And so we will only be opening Phillips schools for those 3 programs listed. the MPS competitive swim team, the Piranhas, which is a swim club, a Minneapolis swim club, and our own MPRB swim club. By doing so, we will stay committed to our Minneapolis Swims initiative, which is, all of you that remember, really focused on making sure that young people in the city of Minneapolis, one, can swim to survive, two, develop an interest in swimming as a leisure activity, and three, should they be interested, develop an interest in competitive swim. We will function at the school Monday through Friday only. Next slide. And while this is not read very easily, this is kind of a snapshot of how we will be operating the pool. It will not be an entire day. As I mentioned earlier, as you saw in the previous slide, we will not be inviting adult swimmers to use the pool. We are really focused on supporting our youth. And that's pretty significant because the amount of cleaning that needs to happen between each use, it does not work well with the schedule, both neither ours nor environmental stewardship. So again, we're staying focused on this as we are in the programs as well. Next slide. So in order to make this happen, we have a very, very short transition timeline. And so this is the last week, Rec Plus ended on Friday, I believe. And the recreation specialists will start to move back into their spaces so that they can prepare for all of the programs that are coming. We are starting program registration on the 8th. Sporting events start on the 19th. And then on the 21st, the rec centers will be open to youth only. I think this approach provides all the things that you are committed to, making sure that there are constructive and productive activities for young people. Again, it makes sure there's meaningful work for the existing staff and not needing to do the tremendous amount of staffing up that we've done in the past. It both protects and reduces the current budget. It recognizes the capacity of environmental stewardship. And what I mean by that, for every program that we turn on, there has to be kind of an equal match of environmental stewardship to make sure that they can do the cleaning and sanitation between things to ensure that we are not transmitting COVID or making the staff or users susceptible. So, and then lastly, this approach allows for both a slow and safe program expansion. And so we cooked into this of the ability to ramp up as we learn more about COVID, as we see what we can handle over time, and it kind of plans for it, particularly around the younger people programming. So that is the end of the presentation. Can I answer any questions for you?
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Cox. Looks like Commissioner Severson has his hand raised.
Thank you, President Colville. I just want to express my thanks and commitment from our rec staff and our recreation department. I know there's some constituents in Minneapolis are trying to portray that we're not doing the work in recreation and that our facilities aren't open. And I know we had some tough decisions to make, but I want our rec department to know, and specifically Tyrese, that I support you in the decisions that you folks have made. When you sent me a list of all the programs we did over the summer in these tough COVID times, I was impressed. It's not traditionally what we really, have seen for years, and it's maybe not exactly what we want, but at the end of the day, there were programs put out, we had our kids involved, and I look to see you folks build off of that. So like I said, I was a little disappointed to see what was put out there about our parks, but I'm excited to continue to build capacity in our rec departments, and when it's safe, get out there and fully get it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner French.
Yeah, I just want to kind of piggyback off what Commissioner Severson was saying. the tremendous job that our recreation department has done. In these times, I've had a lot of phone calls in the last 3 or 4 weeks about our programming, when our programs will be starting to open back up, about sports programming. There's an uptick of violence in our city right now with youth. So this is super important to get our rec programming back to snuff like it. I know it's not where it was prior to COVID, but I am overwhelmed by the job that our rec staff has done in the last 2 months, dealing with something they've never dealt with before, which is a worldwide pandemic. So thank you, Tyrese, and thank you for all the staff that are working to make sure our kids have a safe place to recreate. It's more important than ever right now with the uptick of violence. Which is more important than ever for us to have a place for our young folks and feel supported. Thank you. Everybody in your department.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. Assistant Superintendent Cox, thank you so much for giving us something positive to have in our meeting tonight. I'm very excited to see that there's going to be opportunities for kids to interact with their peers in the system this winter and fall, particularly as NPS is remote start to the year. It gives kids that opportunity to really build those skills, to be able to interact with other people outside their household. And I'm thrilled to see that so many things are going to be able to happen despite COVID. So thank you for all the work that you and your team put into this. I'm looking forward to being able to share some good news with my constituents in our newsletter coming up here. Will we be able to find all this information in a press release or on our website somewhere that we'll be able to then share that with the public more broadly so they don't have to sit through our whole meeting to get it?
Commissioner Musich, that is an excellent question. I know that our communication staff have been hot after me to get this out to the community, and so I anticipate by Thursday or Friday there will be some messaging that goes out.
Okay, fantastic. I will keep an eye out for that. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Seeing no other hands raised. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Cox, for the overview. I was interested in the language villages. You said that those are going to be online. Do you know what sites they'll be at?
President Cogill, unfortunately, I do not. I can get that to you. One of the things that we are going to expand on, we got a fair amount of success over the summer with some of our virtual programming. And now that kids are back in school in some form and have devices again, we are going to do both and. So there may be some virtual language villages and some in person. But I will get that to the commissioners once I know the date and location.
That would be great. Thank you so much. Any other questions from commissioners? Seeing none, I will. We can move on here to new business. I'll ask for a motion on Resolution 2020-295, which is a resolution to receive and file a permanent record with the Secretary of the Board, the annual financial report of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board for the year ended December 31st, 2019.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the annual financial report? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Do we still have Ms. Erickson on the line? Or somebody from the auditor's office?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, President Cogill. I did just was looking for a point of clarification from some of our earlier conversations and a conversation I had with Auditor Blaha regarding the receipt of this year's audit. Ms. Erickson, at our entrance meeting this year, it sounded like a lot of the leadership of the board that traditionally attends was not able to. But you had sent out a recap of the entrance meeting, in which I responded about a potential related party transaction, and an unlawful permit and potential abuses of internal protocols in issuing Park Board Permit PB 01-2020. I told you, and I have to take a little bit of ownership on this, I told you that I would send you a memo detailing some more of those concerns. Subsequently, I went into the hospital, and then life just kind of drove out another. Director Blaha is still asking me for that memo, and I will get that to her. But I do still have the question, did our audit team test PB 01-2020, which is a permit that was issued, and there are some folks that are questioning the lawfulness of that, but did your office conduct a test for compliance for both internal processes and local laws?
So Resolution 01-2020 would have been outside of the scope of our audit, being that our financial statement audit was for the year ended December 31st, 2019. And so that 2020 activity is something that we can look at during our 2020 audit.
Ms. Erickson, that PB 01-2020 was actually issued in 2019.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, so it was not looked at?
No, not during the 19 audit.
Okay. 2 years ago, when I helped the board go through this audit, there were some questions about permits and professional service agreements, and it seemed like there was a real calendar challenge, because in 2000, I think that there was a question about a contract issued to a family member by our previous permanent superintendent, not our interim superintendent, and it was issued in the 11th hour of 1 year. I think it might have even been issued on the 30th and didn't take effect until the next year. And when we were going through the 2018 audit, I remember the response being we couldn't look at that because it was issued in that year. So if PB 01-2020 was actually approved and issued in 2019, and there was a request and a concern about its lawfulness and abuse of internal controls, wouldn't this year's audit be the year to look at it?
Well, we were going to look at it, but I was waiting for more information from you, like you had suggested that you send. And when we didn't get that, then we decided that would be activity we would look at in our 2020 audit.
So it will be looked at we have a commitment from the auditor's office that PB 01-2020 will specifically be tested for lawfulness and compliance against controls in our 2020 audit.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, President Cogill.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other questions or concerns from commissioners regarding Resolution 2020-295? Seeing none, I'll ask the Secretary to take. Superintendent Board.
Never mind.
Okay.
Commissioner, not President or Superintendent.
You're welcome. Commissioner Bourne, I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll on Resolution 2020-295.
Commissioner Bourne,
I will abstain.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita. Aye. President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 abstain.
The resolution carries. We have a final discussion item before I recess the full board meeting. This is a discussion item pertaining to the request to dismiss charges of peaceful demonstrators arrested during the cleanup of the Powderhorn encampment. I've put this on the agenda given the attempt to speedily put something on the agenda last time without any notice, and wanted to have a discussion about the concept of doing this. I know Commissioner Meyer has some questions and thoughts, and so he has his hand raised, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, President Cogill. First, Council Rice, in our previous conversation, I requested if we could publicly release the memorandum that you wrote, knowing that it had, attorney-client privilege. And you said that it probably could, but I didn't get confirmation on that. I mean, can we release that? Can we discuss the content of it tonight?
Mr. President.
Yeah. Council Rice.
There it is. I'd be happy to discuss my thoughts on it, but I would prefer not to release any written communication with the board. But if you have questions, President Cogill will put it on the agenda, and I'll be happy to give you my thoughts.
So can I refer to things that are in it?
If you want to, yes.
Okay. I'm hearing an echo of my voice, so someone... So I received the language of the resolution just minutes before the last board meeting was to start. I was reading it as the roll call was being conducted. My first reaction to it was to oppose the whereas clauses for a couple different reasons. In part, I didn't want to be condemning our staff, and I also objected to the way it was framed that we invited people when that didn't give the context that the governor is the one who made the executive order that prevented us from enforcing what would have otherwise been the ordinance that we had, and just didn't acknowledge that we responded to a crisis. It's not like we wanted that, but I was still inclined to support the resolved clause because I support First Amendment, and I'm sympathetic to protesters. I was arrested while protesting the Keystone XL pipeline, and I was relieved that I had to spend less than a day in jail. I wouldn't want really punitive measures taken on that. But since then, but a couple things that I've learned that have led me to be a little undecided about it. First, I didn't realize how unprecedented it would be to do that. I thought it would be pretty similar to what we did after the building next to David Koska burned, but I didn't realize that there was a significant difference there. That we did that after the charges had already been made, and that our comment was for the sentencing part of that was this would be before that. And in Council Rice's memo, there were 2 parts that I found to be compelling arguments. One was the argument that if we were to call on prosecutors to dismiss charges, that might actually prompt them to feel that they had to press charges in order to feel that they were maintaining judicial independence. And that's something that I definitely wouldn't want to happen. I'd really like to hear defense attorneys comment on that. I reached out to some defense attorneys that I know, and they had mixed opinions about it, but it wasn't a clear-cut case about whether that would lead a prosecutor to have an incentive to actually push for charges just to make it clear that they had independence. And then second, in the memo it says that if it had been the city council, it would have been an ethics violation for them to do something like that. The park board does not have an ethics standard of that kind at this time. I wanted to understand why. I mean, the memo didn't get into why that is. Why is it that we have a separate ethics standard from what the city does? And should we consider having our own? So with that, I'm genuinely undecided about whether it would be a wise thing to do, and I wanted to have discussion about it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner French.
Yeah, thank you, President Cole. I guess I'm a little confused by why we're having a discussion. Why we're having a discussion about a matter that was on the meeting last meeting. Why is there a vote on this tonight? Why are we talking about it without a vote? I don't. We need to defend that putting it on the agenda. I'm just a little bit curious about why we're having a discussion about dropping charges on folks who were defending the rights of unhoused folks, indigenous folks. Why we're having a discussion tonight without the vote? I'm just puzzled. With last meeting, we had the ability to vote on it and have a conversation about why we still do that. So I'm trying to figure out why we're having a discussion without a vote. Somebody tell me that. I don't know who.
Commissioner French, I can answer the question. I mean, we're having the discussion because I think that it behooves the board to have full information about the legal ramifications of such an action. I don't believe that anybody was particularly prepared to fully consider that at the last meeting. The purpose of this discussion was to get any questions or guidance that would emerge from commissioners regarding having such an action be fully considered by the board where there would be notice and the ability for the community to review any such action. So that is the purpose of it.
So why are we taking that up for a vote tonight? I'm kind of exhausted with the situation, but I'm just trying to figure out why is there a discussion of it today and not a vote? I'm puzzled. I'm really puzzled. I'm trying to figure out what's the purpose behind a discussion without a vote. When there was an opportunity to have a vote, and we denied it. So what's the purpose for 2 weeks later, or a couple meetings down the line, to have a discussion about something we're not having a vote for? I think it's a waste of time. If we're not gonna vote to drop the charges or vote for to have the charges, I don't understand why we're having this discussion. It bewilders me. So thank you, President Cogle, and if anybody can answer that question, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Commissioner French. Your thoughts are heard. Again, I would say the same thing that I already said around the reason, and it sounds like you disagree. That is fine. I'll ask Commissioner Bourne now to speak.
Thank you, President Cogill. I believe Commissioner Vitaw was first.
Commissioner Bourne, you can go ahead.
Thank you, President Cogill. I wholeheartedly agree with, or am sympathetic to Commissioner French's confusion, because I also share that. At our previous meeting, we had an opportunity for a vote and a discussion, and we could have taken as much time as we wanted to take with that. This evening, we have the parliamentary trickery with this to avoid a vote by only scheduling a discussion to raise the threshold to a supermajority of the board to even consider it this week is baffling to me. And I mean, we talk and we talk and we talk and do we want to criminalize homelessness? One day the first district commissioner wants to criminalize homelessness, the next day he doesn't want to, the next day he may want to again. I would just, and I hope that Commissioner French would second this, I would call the orders of the day and just move on. Board members have made it very clear where they stand on this issue and if they want to criminalize homelessness or not. I don't see a resolution before us to not criminalize these folks for exercising their First Amendment rights. So I would call the orders of the day and let's just move on.
I second that.
A motion has been made and seconded. I am assuming that there is discussion on this. I'd ask Parliamentarian Rice whether or not there's discussion on calling the orders of the day.
You'll have to give me a minute.
Okay.
It's basically well, there isn't really it's a discussion item. So the motion is to.
Maybe I can make
Could people talking please turn on their mics? We can't hear you very well. Those of us that aren't.
Perhaps I can make a parliamentary inquiry first for the intent of the motion. It's essentially, if I understand calling the orders of the day, it's essentially a resolution to move on. We don't have a resolution to table. I'm assuming that this is the correct I think you can table a resolution. I don't think we can table a discussion item. If we can, I would move to table the discussion item.
I think, Mr. Chair, what I would say is we're on a discussion item, which still is an item, and I think you could move to table that discussion. Even though it's not an action, you could still move to table the matter which the President has listed and it's on our agenda discussion item. So I think the question would be to lay the discussion on the table, and the question is a motion to lay on the table debatable? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, a motion to table is not debatable.
It is, that's right. So I think the correct motion would be to table this discussion item.
So then, until such a time that the first district commissioner makes up his mind as to whether or not he wants to criminalize members of our homeless community, I would table this conversation.
And that motion would not be debatable.
Okay. Is the commissioner withdrawing his initial motion and providing a substitute motion? His initial tabling the orders of the day, or evening or night, wherever we are?
Based on the advice of the parliamentarian, I am withdrawing the motion to call the orders of the day, and I am moving to table the item until such a time that some of our commissioners decide what they want to do.
There has been a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second to table the discussion. I'll ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich, Commissioner Musich,
Pass.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
No.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French, Commissioner Forney,
Aye. No, excuse me, no, sorry. And we didn't hear Commissioner French.
my apology, I could see Commissioner French said
Right.
aye. Yeah. Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Kogiel,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
You have 5 ayes, 4 nays. Wait,
Or-
sorry. Commissioner Musich, what was your vote again?
I voted aye.
I'm sorry. You have 6 ayes, 3 nays.
Thank you. The item has been tabled. I will now recess the full board agenda and move into the planning committee. Chair Meyer.
Thank you. The time being at 9:13 p.m., I will call to order the planning committee of the Park Board. Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
President.
Commissioner French.
Here.
President Cogill.
Here.
Vice Chair Forney.
Here?
Chair Meyer.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Chair Meyer, there was one item to be pulled from this agenda.
That's right. Staff had recommended pulling Resolution 2020-297 in order to provide additional time for staff to review the Parks for All plan. Commissioner Forney, would you be receptive to a friendly amendment on that, on the agenda?
Oh, yes.
All right. Secretary, please call the roll on the agenda without 2020-297.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda for the minutes of Wednesday, August 19th, 2020?
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Sorry, Vice Chair Forney. Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries. Is there a motion for Resolution 2020-296?
I'll move resolution granting easement to the City of Minneapolis for operation, maintenance, inspection, and repair of storm sewer pipe and amending exhibits to Resolution 2020-152, North Columbia Golf Course Stormwater BMP's construction and infrastructure ownership associated with the North Columbia Golf Course and Park Stormwater BMP's project on the northern section of Columbia Golf Course within the 1 Northeast watershed located within the City of Minneapolis.
Thank you. Commissioner Bourne.
Commissioner Meyer, could I speak quickly just at the beginning here? I can't raise my hand.
Sure, President Cogill.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that I am on this committee, but I will be recusing myself from this vote due to the fact that the consulting firm for which I work is associated through MWMO with this project.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I do appreciate Commissioner Severson's work in asking that staff kind of sharpen their pencils and go back on this. I think Commissioner Forney did a lot of work on that too, with bringing up the points of stormwater mitigation throughout the city. But I will go back to what I just said about Hiawatha. It does not feel like we are taking a holistic approach to how we utilize our golf courses to manage stormwater runoff in the city of Minneapolis, and I think it would behoove us to do that. So it's strange to me that we're looking at one plan and doing an easement on the other. If this comes forward to the full board tonight, I'm not inclined to support it. I would be willing to work with any commissioner on hopefully getting us the votes to get across the finish line on this resolution, because it's a project that I think the community would like to see happen. But we do need to have, I think, a more holistic conversation about stormwater management. So if it comes forward tonight, I don't think I would be able to support this, and I would ask my colleagues to join me in either tabling or sending it back to committee.
Commissioner Bourne, do any other commissioners wish to comment, have questions, or ask any questions of staff? Commissioner Bourne.
Yes, I would encourage people to vote in favor of this. I feel that we have found the balance, I guess is the best way of putting this, in making sure that what we receive, betterments is the word that I think is being often used. This would be, from what I understand from the golf community, this would be an amazing golf course. And so the betterments, certainly outweigh the stormwater that needs to be mitigated. It's been basically not the best course to be utilizing. And so I feel that we have found the proper balance, and I'm very, very supportive of it. And hope that my colleagues will support it as well, and we can move forward and have it started in the off season, so that we will be able to look forward to this usage next year.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I too am not supportive of this quite yet. I think we need to have a much more robust conversation, particularly Commissioner Forney intrigued my interest with the conversation about stormwater runoff and the charges, and I think we need to have a more robust conversation with the city, and I think we also need to take a stance at some point or try to change the strategy of the city of Minneapolis to say that we are no longer going to hold your water in the future. I would ask colleagues to not support this evening, and let's do some more work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney, did you want to speak for a second now?
Oh, sorry.
And then Commissioner Musich.
Commissioner Forney, are you speaking for a second time?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Chair Meyer. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate the opportunity. It's my understanding that the Minneapolis Park Board and the City of Minneapolis are joint holders of the permit that allows the stormwater system to exist. Thus, we are equally responsible for management of that water. Is that an accurate statement?
I will ask Council Rice or Assistant Superintendent Schroeder to answer that question.
Commissioner Meyer, I can answer that question. We are co-permittees on the MS4 permit, which is the permit that deals with stormwater runoff in the city of Minneapolis.
Okay, so just like every other city that has parks and city functions like stormwater management, we're responsible for managing all of the water in the city as a joint entity. Thank you for that clarification. Since this board has taken a number of actions in the past, I think it's 7 years that this has been in consideration, including the current composition of the board moving this forward, are we at risk for lawsuit or breach of contract for not moving forward with this project at this point?
Again, I would ask Council Rice or Assistant Superintendent Schroeder to answer the question.
Chair Meyer, I will answer that question. I've had discussions with the Director of Public Works, and they are extremely interested in making this project move forward. We have agreements that have essentially allowed everything except for the right of access to the property to occur. And I have a sense that they would be willing to take action against the park board based on conversations I've had with them about the amount they've invested in this project based on commitments that were previously made by this board.
Okay, thank you for that context. In light of the fact that the park board is facing a severe budget deficit and that we have made previous commitments to move forward with this project, I would ask my colleagues to please move this out of committee so that we can continue to work on the work that's very important to all of us, which is serving the citizens of Minneapolis, rather than engaging in frivolous legal disputes with our colleagues at the city and the watershed district. This gets all of us to a place where we have a more sustainable system. We need that. Climate change is real, it is happening, we're getting more and more rain. Very extreme rain events are continuing to occur at a very high rate. And the longer we delay implementation of projects like this one, the more we are setting ourselves up on a path of not being able to respond quickly enough to the changes that are happening in our city.
Commissioner Boren for the second time. Commissioner Boren.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I do sincerely believe and hope that there are 9 members of the board that want to see this partnership move forward. I don't think partners bring lawsuits against each other when one partner is saying that we need to have a holistic conversation to best address environmental concerns in a sustainable and ongoing way. So I mean, I think we need time to have that conversation. If the city of Minneapolis decides to take action, I mean, maybe that says what kind of partner they are when they have 9 colleagues on the Minneapolis Park Board that I earnestly believe want to see this partnership go forward and need some more questions asked and appreciate all of the work over the years that has gone into it. So I would stand by my request that we continue to work collaboratively to get this across the finish line. I don't think it's there yet. Thank you, Chair Meyer.
Commissioner Severson for the second time.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I will say that I'm quite disappointed that I feel like the fear-mongering tactic has just taken place again. Unfortunately, it's something that the President of the United States has used to try to convince people to vote his way. I'm absolutely not going to do that. I am interested in seeing this project move forward, but I want to make sure that we're taking a holistic approach moving forward with particularly our golf courses and holding water, and to make sure that we're getting the best deal that we can possibly get. I want to remind folks that fear-mongering is very unhealthy in any society. I would hope that we don't do that moving forward, and that we have fair and honest debate without putting fear into somebody. Thank you.
Commissioner Research, is your hand raised for a second time? Assuming not, do any other commissioners have any questions or comments? Commissioner Forney, you raised and lowered your hand.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't read which way it was going. What I'm not hearing is what questions people still have. I mean, Council Rice has weighed in and has worked very diligently, with our staff. The staff has worked very diligently with the city and these partners, and I'm not hearing what questions are remaining. And that's the thing that I find, it's not fear-mongering, it's just reality that, what questions are still out there. we are receiving more benefits, or betterments, whatever it's called. And that's the part that I appreciate Council Rice, working so hard to make sure that, it was offset so much to our favor. I mean, for somebody who is a huge advocate for golf, I'm not hearing that this is what's happening. As I said, the golf community is immensely excited, about this reconfiguration and the playability. So I guess I'm more baffled that, like I said, I'm not hearing any questions. And so what are we continuing the conversation about?
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I'll add what I've already said previously, that I think this is an excellent plan that we have spent years working on, that we have signaled our support through many unanimous votes many times. And it has tremendous benefits for our climate system and environment. And if we don't approve it, it'll mean a significantly larger budget deficit for us. So I urge commissioners to vote for it. If there's no further discussion, Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Same.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 3 ayes, 1 abstain, one who is recused.
Thank you, that carries. Is there a motion for resolution 2020-298, a resolution directing the superintendent to get dedicated staff time toward working with the city of Minneapolis and Benton County to identify a suitable use for the vacant housing unit at 1828 Marshall Street, such as the Stable Home, Stable Schools program?
So moved.
So I will speak to this briefly because I was the one who put this on here. Just to reiterate, so this is a unit that was designed as housing in the sawmill complex at 1828 Marshall Street. There is a housing unit across the street from it that is currently occupied by 2 people. And this vacant one was previously occupied, so it would not be setting any new precedent. It would not require any conversion from a different use to be able to make this happen. It probably would take some repairs to make happen, but I would like us to give staff direction on this to make sure that it gets put to use, because I don't think it makes sense to have a vacant housing unit on our hands during a housing crisis. I spoke with representatives from the mayor's office, and after that discussion, it seemed like the best fit was probably the Stable Homes, Stable Schools, Stable Schools, Stable Homes program that would work with that, because we have long-term plans to do something with this site, probably demolish it when we have the resources to do that. So we wouldn't want an extremely long-term arrangement, but through this program we could have it for 3 to 5 years. I did leave the language intentionally vague on that, or intentionally flexible, so that if that program fell through, that we could work with the city or county to work on a different program. But the thing for me is to just give direction. Let's make sure that we put this unit to use. So those are my thoughts on it. I didn't get to see who rose their hands first, but since Commissioner Forney is on the committee, Commissioner Forney.
I don't know enough about the stable housing program It sounds very noble, but I have serious question that this is an appropriate site for this. I have serious questions about a family being in this particular unit. My understanding is it's not even permitted. We'd need a variance, from what I understand, is that the city wouldn't even grant a variance. The present units were grandfathered in when we purchased the property. We had no intention of being in commercial real estate or housing or anything like that, but it is the nature of the holding pattern that we're in. So I would advise against this. And I guess I would particularly advise against using staff time to reinvent what, number one, our mission is, and just staff time. I mean, at the end of this, board packet and everything has the planning staff's present workload, and we're gonna have to take something off of that particular work plan, and they're stretched as it is with everything that they've had to adapt to in these incredibly trying times. So I would advise us not to move forward with this, and encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Commissioner Forney, Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I'm somewhat confused by this, and again, it looks like a resolution with a lot of words and a lot of study and without a lot of action. And based on the First District Commissioner statements at our last meeting, I thought we were going to be seeing something with action this evening that we could all be proud to support. And I'm also, we're talking about one, Chair Meyer, just a question, we're talking about one residential unit?
Correct.
And then I'm also amazed that President Cogill moved it just now when comments moments ago was saying that one residential lease versus a commercial lease won't make a difference, and really started criticizing that, and then saying that the not having a residential space in an artist loft won't make the difference, but having a residential space in this one unit will. I think these happen one at a time. So I'm glad the president has moved that in the committee, but, and these do happen one at a time. I'm concerned, I guess this is vague, how much staff time this is going to take. It's vague when something is going to get reported back. And we have a vacant residential unit that will require very little work to put a roof over somebody's head right now. And to the First District Commissioner who put this on the agenda, why not do that? And so I guess Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, can you tell me how much staff time that you're thinking that you're going to need to bring forward another study report that doesn't have an action attached to it? Can you just give me an idea of how much time we're looking at talking about this before we do something?
Commissioner Bourne, Chair Meyer, staff has begun looking at this, even inquiring with the city about the process they will use to make this legal. We've already been told that rezoning will be likely. We followed up already by asking if a conditional use permit process would be more applicable to this particular situation. We would need to do an assessment of codes and occupancies for this building and make certain that we're not violating other city codes beyond just the zoning ordinance. And that would require time and coordination from staff. We don't know anything about the program that's mentioned directly here and how much time it would take to orchestrate the application or manage that program within building on a single unit basis. So there's a lot of unknowns with this. I'd be hesitant to frame an amount of time, because we know so little about how we would go about doing this.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. So what I'm hearing is that we have already spent some staff time, and now we have a resolution to spend some staff time, but not an action associated, Chair Meyer. So I would just ask if we're serious about this. It sounded like a commitment was made to have some action. So I would be much more supportive of the work that you're trying to do, which I think is very well intentioned, if we made an action instead of talked and talked and talked and talked and talked. Thank you, Chair Meyer.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Research.
Sorry, that was before.
Okay. Yeah, I very much would have liked to just put a motion forward, you know, and I would be receptive to one if someone on this committee or Commissioner Bourne at the full board would like to do that. You know, I get frustrated when, you know, I have to use a staff directive to just get the staff time necessary to answer the question, or the questions that need to be answered in order for us to craft and consider something. But, you know, I basically followed the protocol that was advised to me. So, Commissioner Bourne, the second.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. You are the chair. You had all the wind in your sails to be able to put forward an action tonight. It sounded like you had made that commitment at our last meeting. If you're not unsure of the parliamentary resources and tools that you have available to you, I think any member of this board would be willing to help with those kind of things. I don't know if I can write a resolution for this at the dais. I had expected an action to come forward and that you would have done that work. Maybe, but I can take a look and see if by the time it comes to the full board, I can craft something together, but I really wish we could have come into this meeting prepared to act, to start putting a roof over somebody's head, but it sounds like we are not there tonight. So I appreciate the work, but I'm gonna respectfully ask you, Chair Meyer, to work a little bit harder.
Commissioner Forney.
Once again, if we pass this resolution, really, staff is looking for direction. What do you want them not to work on?
Yeah, and you know, if we have to choose, I think that I would have no problem with delaying the Parks for All for an additional period if you want to put Carrie Christensen on there. Seeing no other discussion on this, please call roll.
Vice President Vita.
No.
Commissioner French.
Pass.
President Cogill.
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney.
No.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
You have 3 ayes, 2 nays.
That carries. Is there a motion for Resolution 2020-299, a resolution granting a board variance to Safe Haven encampment at Brackett Park to permit the encampment until October 1st, 2020, disregarding that typo there, to lawfully operate the encampment until October 1st, 2020?
Second that.
This was a resolution requested by Commissioner French, so I'll let him speak to it first.
when we had, I just want to talk a little bit about how Brackett Park Camp came to be. There were some issues that were, that are not, well known, that there were some issues going on at Powderhorn and Camden. And we wanted to make sure, we volunteered on the ground, wanted to make sure the women had a safe haven and a safe place to go. And that's where Brackett Park, that's how Brackett Park got formed. So it was women, and at first children. I don't know if there's any children there now, but it was just the women. There have been a couple groups that have been working over there. One group is Methodist Priest Gonzalez, who I gave a call maybe a week or so after Brackett Park was established, and asked her if she could take a look at what's going on over there. And she did a great job of organizing that camp really professionally. Folks are in treatment. Folks are having chemical health assessments. There's just a myriad of things. They're happy in good ways at Brackett Park. If I had any reservations about Big Catman being broke up with the smaller Camden, that was shattered with the performance and productivity of this one particular Camden, where neighbors have basically circled the wagon to make sure that these folks have a safe place to be at. I think when folks decided to come to Brackett Park, they weren't thinking about a school, they were thinking about having a safe place to go to. I think that was paramount. And I think now, 2, 3, 4 months later down the road, I don't think a lot of those folks thought that they would still be living in our parks. I don't think they thought about that there was a park. So to have these, that there was a school next to the park, but to have these folks who've established community, who've established links and ties, the neighborhood, several neighborhoods who are sponsoring these who go and take clothes from these ladies and go wash them and they have clean clothes. This is a buy-in from these. It's working. It's working the way I would have never thought it would work. It's working the way folks who thought that big camps couldn't work and smaller camps should work. They right. And I don't. Is it perfect? No, nothing's perfect. We shouldn't have people living inside our park. That's not perfect. But if there is any intent, that was a model intent of folks doing what they're supposed to be doing, of being run the proper way where folks are relatively safe, it's Brackett Park. So I would encourage my colleagues to really think about the decisions and the vote that they will make when it comes to Brackett Park. And think about the women who are residents of Brackett Park. A lot of them are running from spousal abuse, running from trafficking. They're running from stuff, right? And this safe haven has become a refuge for these women. And I think, can we move them? Yeah, we can move them. But you know what? How many times do we have to move somebody? Like, how much trauma is that every time we say, hey, you know what? You're here. We'll take a place for you. You gotta go somewhere else. Oh, no, we found another reason why you can't be here. You gotta go somewhere else. They just want to rest. They want to be able to figure out a way to get housing, and they cannot do that if they're moving from place to place. They cannot do that if they think that any time that staff or whoever has the decision to make that decision, whoever has the power to make that decision, will come out one day and say, hey, you know what? We don't want this and can't be here. So there's no security for folks who are living. There's no security for the folks who are trying to change their life. We're going to put them, and what can happen is one day somebody can say, hey, you know what? You guys don't belong here. You guys aren't supposed to be here. And come with running loaders and rip those women from the safe place they've been at the last couple of weeks. And so that's why I'm encouraging my fellow commissioners to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. So I have a lot of questions about the Brackett Park encampment in particular, but I just want to start out by saying that I will not be supporting this resolution tonight. More so because myself and Commissioner French had a conversation with the superintendent several weeks ago. The superintendent assured us that he would not remove anyone from Brackett Park, even without the variance, if it didn't become violent or unhealthy. And from what I'm understanding from most folks is that, well, I shouldn't say that's not what I understand from most folks. But from the testimony we hear people say that it's a model encampment and that, it's well secured. So I don't understand why we need a variance if the superintendent has given us his word, both Commissioner French and I don't know who else he's talked to about this, but he gave us his word that he would not bother folks over at Brackett as long as it stays safe and healthy. Some of my questions around this variance and around this encampment comes from a lot that we've been hearing from places where we designated the parks as a site. We have a lot of community members pushing back on us on how we designated sites. So I want to know, have we given any public notice to the residents adjacent to Brackett Park about this proposed action?
Superintendent Bangora, can you speak to that?
Chair Meyer and Vice President Vito, are you asking if staff have given notice to residents about the variance?
Yes, and who did you give it to and when did you give it to them?
We have not, staff have not spoke to residents about a variance. We have not gone and talked to, we've been, I think what you said earlier was very clear. What we said was we're acting upon a resolution that was put forward by this board. We worked with them, as we said earlier, worked with them to find a location, as Superintendent Jennifer Ringgold said. I also called Samantha personally. I also talked to Representative Dabney. I've had Council Rice talk to Dabney. We spoke to everybody about this, gave my word, and said that we're not going to go into this camp because we have other priorities that we're addressing now. And they also then put a specific date on October 1st that they would be in shelter, and then they're doing this wonderful work that they're doing currently. As Commissioner French said, that they are a model, and we don't disagree. I think they've done fabulous work. Samantha's done great work in that encampment. We don't disagree with any of it, none of it. We just realized that it's in a school zone, and we were acting upon the resolution was put forward by this board. And we also, but we have not done anything beyond, from a staff perspective, have gone around and said, we're issuing a variance because the variance is up for vote today by this board to determine whether or not that's going to be acted upon or not. But we have not had any conversation with the community around a variance. We know that Representative Dabney and the community members, I'm sure, have had conversation with residents on this particular resolution, but staff has not.
So did Samantha apply for the permit, or is this organization she applying for the permit? I've been getting a lot of questions about what does she stand for? Is she a nonprofit? Have they filed incorporation papers with the state? People have been saying that this group has solicited funds on social media and they want to know more about financial information. So what, have you received something from the organization, or from Samantha?
No, Chair Meyer, Vice President Vito, I have not received anything beyond the conversation I had with her, this resolution that came forward initially from Commissioner French. I have not received anything beyond that. Again, what I only know is my conversation with everyone, and have said my word, and saying that we are addressing other issues. We are going to work with Samantha until October 1st, that we are not going to go through and vacate the encampment. We have never threatened, we didn't threaten that. We just said that we are working with other priorities, and we will be not demobilizing that encampment because she had already set a date for October 1st. Otherwise, beyond that, I've had no other conversation around any organization of which she is, or acronym and she, and again, we don't disagree. Nothing that people are arguing around the encampment. They're doing great work, phenomenal work. Commissioner French has articulated very well. And the community has said it very well. There's a model encampment. We are not the enemies. We are not out here attacking it. We are not disagreeing with the great work they're doing. We are executing a resolution that was put forward by the board. And that's all we were doing. And again, I gave my word about this organization, and it's not being understood that I've heard very clearly that there is no trust in my word or staff's word.
You're saying that this is a model encampment, but I've had questions around, did someone erected showers at Brackett Park? Like, who did this? Do we know who ordered this? There was a plumber out there, and there was like an improvement requested for plumb. Where? Is the park board that did this?
Commissioner Meyer, Chair Meyer, and Vice President Vita. No, there were some things that were being erected. We believe that there was a permit that came in, some kind of a, I would have to ask, I think Chief Ohio, I can't remember what it was for Assistant Shorter, but yes, there was a work order or a permit to come in on park land to build structures. We were told that they were showers, but I think that they said it was about creating a foundation underneath the tents for water. I'm not quite sure what came from that. The person that came out, or the contractor that came out, was notified. He left immediately. So there was, yes, there was something issued that was done, which we have no idea, but it was to construct something at Brackett Park. Initially, I was believing it was showers, but I'm not sure what else it was.
So not for Brackett, but do these permit holders understand that they cannot put structures in any of these places? Do these permit holders understand that they cannot put structures up in parks, that it's not permitted, that it's public property, that they can't burn fires? All of these things that are happening in these parks, how are we communicating to folks? In particular in Brackett, because I heard from some of the neighbors that some type of structures were about to go up.
Chair Meyer, Vice President Vita, that's part of the reason why we go through the permit process, because it then follows into the ordinances and the laws that we require within our parks. Part of that being that you don't have fires, you don't start fires, you don't bring propane tanks in. Those kind of things are what we're trying to do with the permit process. But because, again, of the fact that we were trying to work with the Brackett encampment to find the location, because again of the park school safety zone, we obviously within our permit process, it's very clear that you can't build structures on park grounds and bring fires in. It's part of what the permit is that follows ordinances that we are required to follow. So this was the board having a permit, then puts into compliance around ordinances that is required by anyone in our parks. And that's why we do the permit process. But again, I'm not sure how that happened or why there was structures coming in and being built. It was just done. There was a contractor that was called in and they started performing the work.
Thank you. I was also told that there was funds collected for a security firm to patrol Brackett Park. Is that something that we allow in these encampments, is private security?
Chair Meyer and Vice President Vita, that's the first that I've heard of that. I believe that there was, my understanding, something around $2,000 raised. Again, I'm only hearing this, and then having security at the encampment. We don't have private security in our parks. Well, encampment issues are a whole nother thing. We've never dealt with this level before. I would defer to Chief Ohio or Council Rice, but I'm not aware. We've never had encampments where we have private security protecting an encampment. I mean, this is the first that we are going through this, but I would defer again at this point to Chief Ohio if that's ever been done before. I'm not aware of that.
Chair Meyer and Vice President Vita. So the park board has from time to time allowed folks who permit events within the park system to hire private security to protect their assets, particularly when they set up overnight. There's an extensive process that the permittee goes through around providing insurance indemnification when they hire private security. I'm not aware of any of these encampments having contracted with private security vendors, although usually somebody within the encampment is designated to have some level of security duty.
Concern I have is that some neighbors nearby reached out to me saying that they were hearing rumors about this. I don't know how true it is, but that they were concerned that a security company would possibly be walking around with weapons, you know, securing the encampment. I've never seen a security company over there. I don't know. What I was told was that there was money being collected for a security company, and that neighbors were worried about what that meant in the park, and they were not park police.
Chair Meyer and Vice President Vita, I do know there is a question on the permit application around whether or not the permittee wants to provide some level of security, and I would defer to Deputy Superintendent Ringgold regarding this particular permit application.
Deputy Superintendent Ringgold?
Thank you, Chair Meyer and Vice President Vita. So the applicant, Samantha, her application was very, very strong. And that in particular was one of the main reasons why we were very keen to see if there was a site that would work. The resolution put forward by the board, actually modified by the board, excluded school zones and parks near schools as part of it. So within the resolution, we weren't able to grant a permit to Samantha based on the parks that had been requested. But the application was very strong. And Chief Ojado is correct that we have a question on our permit application that asks the individual if they're intending to give security and if they are the contact information for the individuals who would be providing security. The next step is if those are not individuals, as Chief Ojado indicated, who are designated as kind of part of the encampment or supporters of the encampment, but they are hired in some way, if they are bringing weapons into it, that's when we step into a different conversation. We have to ask for an insurance and indemnification and other types of considerations. That has not arisen with any of our permit holders to date. But I will say, because Samantha and the requests for Brackett or the other parks that she had were not successful in getting through that threshold, there's a lot of conversations that we would have with a permit holder that we have not had with Samantha. Things around contracting, things around fires, things around what the appropriate security is, because it didn't reach that threshold, and we have those conversations happening with individuals who are moving through the permit process. But I don't think that even as Samantha has learned about the issues or people have brought them to her, I feel like everything I understand, she's been very compliant to understand what the next steps are. So there was a contractor on site. Was notified that the contractor was not something that we could move forward with. The contractor left. So I don't know if that's helpful, but that's kind of a little bit more of a background on that permit request.
So I'll just end by saying that I believe that the public should have time to weigh in on this matter. This park did not make the list. When we voted on the resolution to allow folks to stay in the park, we said that we would name the parks, and we did that. This park did not make the list. So therefore, we need to have conversations with the neighbors. I've had neighbors reach out to me that have problems with it, but have told me that they are publicly afraid to come out and say that they have problems with it. That's it for me.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you.
Bourne, are you here?
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I know that President Cogill may not have seen me everywhere that he was looking to see me, but I was really honored when when Commissioner French and the prospective permit holder for this camp reached out to me personally to help author the variance to help ensure that the most model camp that we have in the city can continue to operate lawfully. And I will just say, I know in some of the original resolution that isn't here before us this evening, there was a land acknowledgement whereas. And I would just encourage all of us in every committee, if we have the opportunity to include a land acknowledgement statement, that we do include that land acknowledgement statement, and to see a community member submit that with Commissioner French's help and then have it not get to the final resolution before us tonight is a little bit alarming, because we are on stolen land, and we are talking about possibly relocating people whose ancestors of this land is off of their land. And I'll just say I'm supportive of this resolution. I wish that land acknowledgement statement remained in. I'm curious as to why it didn't, but I can probably take that answer offline. And to Superintendent, to some of your comments, I'll just say as a board member who has at different times had his word questioned by some of his colleagues, I just want you to know, as somebody that I impeccably trust, Superintendent, that this isn't about your word. The board did pass a resolution that gave you specific direction to issue permits. And it also made a commitment to the community that if a permit was not issued on an encampment, you don't have that discretion. If community members came forward and said enforce this resolution, that would put you in a horrible position. So I want you to know that this to me is not at all about your word. I would take your word for a lot of things, Superintendent, and I have over the past, and I will continue to do so. I think this provides you with the protection that you will need in your office, that this is a decision of the board, that yes, this does not conform with our normal, with the normal permitting process that we've all supported, but it's just that important, and we all agree that this is a model camp. So this has nothing to do with your word, Superintendent, and I would encourage you to, I don't think that there's a single member on this board that has an issue with your word. Thank you for the time, Commissioner Meyer. I will be supporting this when it comes to the full board this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I'm sorry, I can't support this. As what's been indicated is that we did give the superintendent direction, and when we start, we as park commissioners start wading into micromanaging what it is that has already been set out as a very transparent process, altering that, it belies, why was he given any direction to begin with? So we had a great deal of people that were here tonight talking about PV and the fact that it's in a school zone, and requesting that, we evict that, particular encampment. I don't hear anybody saying anything about eviction here, but it is a school zone, and so it is not an appropriate place, and so therefore it should not receive, a permit. As was indicated, there have been others that have applied for a permit for areas that were also denied. So I just feel like, are we putting out, messaging that, no, don't trust us, don't believe us, as to what we were saying. I feel it is really politically driven here, and I find that unfortunate. I have been to this encampment. It is, how should I say, stable, but it doesn't comply, and I cannot, support this. Also, I applaud Hera and Jim for putting together this letter of support from community members. I have, as a realtor, I've sold 3 properties on this block. None of those people are on that list. People have reached out to me saying, as Commissioner Vita already indicated, that no, they are not supportive. And I guess that's the unfortunate thing, is that one group's voices sometimes are heard louder than others, and I want to respect those whose voices have been expressed to me. It doesn't comply, and we need to abide to that. So I will not be supporting this, and encourage commissioners, be consistent in what we already have resolved to support. Please be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I'm still on this committee, so I appreciate being given an opportunity to speak. I have a couple of questions. If no permit is issued for this encampment, the governor's order would prevent us from relocating or dispersing this encampment due to the fact that it's not creating a health or safety concern. Is that correct?
Your thought, Superintendent Bangor.
Chair Meyer, Councilor Rice is able to speak to this.
I'm sorry I lost my video. I hope people can hear. I think, as I understood you, Commissioner Musich, are you saying that you believe that if no permit is issued, that Governor Walz's order would take precedent, and that the board it would be required by Governor Walz's order not to remove the encampment?
That's what I'm asking. Does his order supersede any action we would take?
Mr. President.
Because we don't meet the criteria for removal under the local governance component of that order?
Mr. President, Commissioner Musich, I would say no. I mean, the governor initially issued Executive Order 2055, and there was one interpretation that they gave in the middle of June, but by the end of June, they determined that the issue of how to handle homeless encampments would be dealt with on a local level. So I think the question you asked, the answer would be no. We wouldn't be required to continue this just based on Governor Walz's executive order.
Okay, and when I read this resolution, it reads to me in such a way that any other encampment that's within a school zone that has not previously caused any sort of issues in terms of safety or security would also then be able to request a variance. And we would probably have to grant one because we've established that a well-functioning encampment can be granted a variance. Is that how you would interpret the language as well?
Mr. President, Commissioner Musich, one could argue that position. If this were a traditional variance in a planning commission of a city council dealing with real estate property or real estate interest, that you would have a strong argument. If you could find a similarly situated camp that met this criteria, that the board might be giving up some of its authority or conceding that in these particular circumstances. I would say in this case, again, this is an unprecedented event. I think Governor Walz's executive order does leave to local governments a fair amount of discretion on how to handle it. I think the terms of the resolution that is before the committee had several factors in it. I know Chair Meyer looked at the resolution, and besides that, one factor that would be, we heard earlier tonight about PV Park, there was a big difference here. As I understand it, if these facts are true, this resolution said that the school that is there on site is not operating until October 1st. I've not verified that, but as I read the resolution, that could be a distinguishing fact. I also, the testimony that we've heard, or at least the statements made by commissioners, are that there has not been violence or other activities, other problems, calls to the site, which is different again from the PV encampment. So I guess you just have to depend on your judgment about whether, you know, how certain all of these factors are. One issue is that the record on all of these encampments is a bit sparse. People say they understand it works like that, but I'm not sure that, I don't know how much our staff has gone out. It sounds like they have, from what Deputy Superintendent Ringgold said, that the staff does make investigation on these to try to understand the functioning of the various encampments.
Thank you for the additional information. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I'll add my own comments before I move on to people for the second time. I'm happy to support this variance. I think it is distinguished in several ways, as has been mentioned. The school in question, I understand is not going to be open during this period. And the resolution that we passed, we passed an amendment that added the school safety exclusion zone, which I think made sense on its own. But in this case, the school is quite far away from the encampment. I was surprised when it became clear that that exclusion zone, as written, is says 300 feet or one block, and the one block includes the entire park, even if it would be longer than 3 or 4 standard city blocks. So I think that those characteristics distinguish it, and that it has an end date on it is also a major distinction. So I'm happy to support it, and I think that it's a completely defensible variant. We'll go for Commissioner French for the second time.
Yeah, I find it odd that when we had neighbors who came and complained about violence and complained about other issues that affected encampment, we reacted to that. We decided that we need to do something differently. We are hearing an overwhelming support for this encampment. And now, I haven't heard one negative thing. And the showers you're talking about, those are solar showers. So it's a water bag, it's a black water bag that's taken from a tree. That's the shower that's installed over at Bracken Park, the camping shower. So there's no plumbing going on. So it's just, when those little things get said out there and people hear about stuff like that, it just adds to the trauma of these ladies who don't know where they're gonna be at in 2 or 3 days. And I wanna piggyback off what Commissioner Moore was saying. The word, there was a word given that we wouldn't use front-end loaders to move people from the west end of Powell. That isn't happening. So why should these women feel secure and lay in their head at night somewhere when they don't know if in the morning or 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning somebody can come in and say you got to move and go somewhere else? That's what this is about. It's about laying your head somewhere and having the security that somebody's not going to come over and say you got to go now. That's what this is about. It's about people who ain't got nothing. You think they got some fancy condo and they just want to come live at the parks in the summertime just to enjoy life? we figure out all the reasons why not to do something, just because we don't want to do it. I've listened here and watched staff and neighbors and constituents come and bash the hell out of these folks. And all they're asking is for a place to stay and rest and lay their head. That's it. And so if the board's going to do what the board's going to do, if you think this is a dangerous camp, and all chaos is going to happen if you give a permit, don't give the permit. Don't do it. But you know what? Don't invite people to come do stuff in our parks. And everybody said yes. This is a safe haven. Every one of us was there that day. And now everybody's got a little buyer's remorse when it gets hard, when it gets tough. You know what? I don't like getting up at 1 o'clock in the morning and going to deal with encampments, but I do it. You know why? Because people ain't got nothing. So now we want to just end some stuff because we don't like it. But it's not the way we live. There's nobody there that we care about. Give these women a peace of mind and let them be able to play with their heads in peace. That knowing they're not going to get stuff's not going to be taken from them. Just give them that. Be decent.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Vice President Vitoff, and second.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. So it's interesting that Commissioner French keeps referring to someone's word maybe not being good enough when I witnessed him tell the superintendent that his word was good enough to move forward with Brackett as it is. The three of us had a conversation together and they shook hands on the fact that Brackett Park would not be taken down or nothing would happen at Brackett Park. So now all of a sudden his word is not good enough when I watched him tell the superintendent, thank you, I appreciate that. That's good action. I'll go back and share. So that's the first thing. I don't know in what world that safety is in a park. If these women have been abused and, we're trying to make them feel safe and try to make them feel secure, a park ain't it. I don't know who keeps coming up with this false idea that somehow our parks are refuge and a safe space. They are living outdoors. Anyone has access to them. They are intense. That is not safe. That is not secure. I'm hoping that this does not get pushed to the full board tonight because this is a false narrative saying that there has been nothing negative said about this. I don't know who people are reaching out to, but I know I've heard a lot of negative about it. I've heard a lot of positive about it as well. But again, let's stick to what we said. Let's stick to our word as commissioner because I saw it, I heard it. Commissioner French was totally fine with this. Did not have a problem, actually thanked the superintendent, shook his hand, and said he would share the good news with the folks over at Brackett Park. Now all of a sudden, it's not okay. His word is not okay. I don't have a problem with giving folks safe and secure housing, but parks are not safe and secure housing. Parks are not housing. A park is just that, a park. That is a fence. There is nothing safe. If something happens to one of these women, what are we going to do to convince ourselves that somehow we provided safe housing for them? It's not safe. It's a park. It's not about if I care or if I don't care. I am not going to continue with this false narrative that we are somehow safe at providing safe space for people, and that's not what we're doing. What we're doing is we're holding a placemaker for folks until hopefully they can find safe, secure, long-term housing. And a park is not it. We're having a conversation about a variant that is going to last for a month. I believe in the superintendent. I believe his word. When we stood there and talked to him, there was nothing about the conversation that made me think he had some personal vendetta against Brackett Park and was going to go in and just start ripping people out of there. It's the model like people say it is. What's the big problem? Let the superintendent lead. We voted to give him the power to do so.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Seeing no other hands raised, Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
No.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
President Cogill,
Aye.
Vice Chair Forney,
No.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 3 ayes, 2 nays.
Thank you. That concludes our agenda, and I declare the planning committee adjourned.
Turn it over to Chair Forney.
Oh, okay.
President Cogill, can we deal with the items that are coming back to the full board this evening and adjourn the full?
If Chair Forney,
Commissioners, please turn on their mics when they're talking and cannot hear what.
if Chair Forney doesn't have an objection, we can bring forward the item that we are bringing back to.
I think there's 2.
Chair
And I know
Forney, would
there's
you like to
people out in the
continue?
parking lot over one of them.
All right.
There's one item on the admin agenda, and I need a bathroom break. I would request that you go to admin.
I will continue going to the Admin and Finance Committee.
You're going to admin?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I'd like to call the Admin and Finance Committee here at 10, we're at 10:25. The Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita,
Present.
Commissioner Musich,
Present.
Commissioner French,
Here.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Here.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, August 19th, 2020.
Vice President, oh, so sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Hassan.
Please call the roll, Secretary.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
We have one action item. It's Resolution 2020-300, a resolution approving a ratification of exclusive rights agreement, including expanded language related to the Second Amendment with the City of Minneapolis and the development team led by United Properties for collaborative efforts related to creating a coordinated plan for the Upper Harbor Terminal. Any discussion people have on it? Would you like a presentation on it? Oh, somebody needs to move it first.
So moved.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any hands up. Nobody has any interest in a presentation, nice and long and lengthy at this hour? Okay, with that then, Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan,
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Do you declare it?
I declare it, yes.
All right.
It's been declared that we are adjourned.
Reconvening the regular meeting of the Park Board today. We have, after talking to staff, it sounds like we just have one item to bring to the full board this evening. which is Resolution 2020-299, the resolution granting a board variance. Do I have a motion for safe haven encampment at Brackett Park? Do I have a motion on that item? The resolution has been moved. Is there a second? There's been a
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion here at this point on this item? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to take the roll on resolution.
President, I did want to address the private security issue that people were talking about. This private security is no one has guns. It's a couple of POC young sisters who are doing this work. They're doing a great job. So I'm kind of shocked that people are demonizing them. They're not weaponized. Their job is to observe and report. And it's something that we don't have in other encampments, and you've seen what happens. So, thank you, President.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Seeing no other hands raised, I'll ask the secretary.
This is for the next item.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Seeing no other hands raised at this time on this item, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Vita,
No.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes, 3 nay.
That carries. Moving on now to petitions and communications.
President Cogill, can you confirm? I thought that Commissioner Meyer's staff time resolution was coming forward this evening, and then the Columbia Golf Course was coming forward this evening as well?
I do not have both of those items coming up this evening, and staff has requested that we wait on the Columbia Golf Course this evening.
I'm wondering,
Staff
President,
299.
I'm wondering, President Cogill, if anyone would object to bringing Commissioner Meyer's staff time resolution forward this evening, because I think the sooner we can get direction, the sooner staff can start working on that and not have to wait another 2 weeks.
Commissioner Meyer, do you have any objection to bringing forward that
No,
item?
I support that completely.
Okay, that will be the last item that we consider on the full board this evening. Do I have a motion on resolution 2020-298?
I move resolution 2020-298, a resolution directing the superintendent to dedicate staff time toward working with the city of Minneapolis and the county to identify a suitable use for the vacant housing unit at 8-28 Marshall Street Northeast, such as the Stable Home, Stable Schools program.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. To my comments earlier, this feels like this is a resolution that doesn't really do a whole lot, but says some words like we're doing something. So if Commissioner Meyer was looking for action this evening, I would encourage him to accept as a friendly amendment, changing the resolution to a resolution directing the superintendent and staff to work with Chair Meyer and a homeless advocacy or shelter organization of Chair Meyer's choice to issue a 1-year special permit to allow unhoused residents to take temporary and transition shelter under the guidelines of the shelter organization and deliver that executed permit to the Board of Commissioners by no later than October 1st of 2020. I'm not moving that, but if the motion maker would want to accept that as a friendly amendment, it would be actually doing some action.
I will
Thank
not be
you.
accepting on this friendly amendment at this time.
Thank you for the comments, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other discussion on the resolution? Is there any other discussion on the resolution? Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on resolution 2020-298.
Commissioner Bourne,
Pass.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Severson,
Abstain.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Vita,
No.
President Cogill,
Aye.
Commissioner Bourne,
Secretary, can you read the current roll?
there are 4 ayes, 3 nays, 1 abstain.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes, 3 nays, 1 abstain.
The resolution carries. Moving into petitions and communications, Commissioner Bourne.
Pass.
Thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. Since the board passed the initial resolution to allow encampments on park properties throughout the city, I've been hearing from a lot of my constituents on this issue. The folks that are most vocal now are people that work with shelter residents, that work with people struggling with addiction, that are serving our city as firefighters, as emergency responders, and they cannot understand why we are interfering in a system that's trying to help people by short-circuiting that system via allowing encampments to exist and keeping people out of the shelter system where they can get help and assistance to become housed and deal with challenges that they're facing in their lives. So I would ask that when we do resolve the encampment situation this year, that we think really long and hard about listening to experts before undertaking a similar action in 2021. A lot of folks are very upset with us here in the city. They really don't want to see this happen again in 2021. They feel that we've essentially unilaterally deprived them of their park spaces without ever consulting them. And that feels very disingenuous, considering how much effort and time we put in telling them as part of our planning efforts that we really value engagement and feedback from the public. So I promised them that I would share with you what they've told me, which is that we are causing harm by allowing encampments in parks. And we are preventing people from getting the help that they need. And I would ask that we listen to that. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Our next speaker, next is A.K. Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan.
Pass.
Thank you. Commissioner Severson.
Pass.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Pass.
Thank you. Commissioner French.
I just want to say, first I want to say thank you to my fellow commissioners for patience, and thank you for supporting the resolution to allow Brackett Park to remain in its place. Thank you, and I appreciate it, and those women appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Forney.
Yes, once again, I would just like to do a huge shout out to our staff. These have been incredibly trying times. I'm sorry that we are continually micromanaging the efforts that you're doing. I don't support that. I trust you. I trust our superintendent, and I just know how grateful I am for all of your efforts. And lastly, happy birthday, Vice President Vita.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cosio. Thank you, Commissioner Forney, for that happy birthday and for the tiara. I just wanted to say, I know that it wasn't directly on the park, but I would really love for us to have a moment of silence for the young man Isaac, who drowned in the river. They found his body this week, and I went to a balloon release on a park, so just a moment of silence for the young man Isaac, please. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Thank you, everybody, for the meeting tonight. We got out of here just about 20 minutes earlier than what has been the norm. I've been fortunate to be joined by Commissioners Forney and Bourne this evening. I appreciate it. It's though we're going to still have to be distant for a while, it's nice to have some people in the flesh, compatriots here in person, so I do appreciate it, and I look forward to a vibrant and beautiful fall, and hopefully we can see each other outside, socially distant in the park sometime. And with that, I will adjourn the regular meeting of the Park Board. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Good night, all.
Thank you.
Goodbye.